Chapter 22. Hey guys, I know I only just started the Power Stone bonus chapter system, but I'll have to retract it for now. I've been having some pain in my left pinky finger for a while now, so I've had no choice but to switch to an ergonomic keyboard. My typing speed will plummet, so if I give too many, it will eat into my reserves too quickly. I'll bring the system back once I'm back up to speed. So for now I will only upload one chapter a day. Use this belt. Aina, who had all sorts of belts and pockets strapped across her body, somehow managed to pull out another one. Lionel accepted. Strapping things to the band of his sweatpants was really too inconvenient. He felt he was using more energy than he cared to admit, making sure his things didn't fall out mid-battle. He buckled it around his waist, strapping the 3 rods of his bike to it along with his otlotl. After that he strapped the meter or so tall silver box that contained his darts to his opposite waist. If he was still a normal human, it would impede his movements too much to place it there. But the current him found it much more convenient. To his surprise, the box actually shrunk. From only a couple inches from touching the ground, it shrunk to stop just above his knees. It also shortened its width, ending up with dimensions only about as thick as his thigh. It's an ability of the belt. Aina explained simply, leaving it at that. Lionel nodded. He used the strap of the man who previously owned the spear to hold it to his back, then fitted the small round shield to his left arm. Sensing that Lionel was ready, Aina took off, knowing that Lionel was following closely behind. Lionel tacitly understood his role. This was why he put his spear away. Aina bracing strength, 0. 99 speed, 0. 85 agility, 0. 80 coordination, 0. 95 stamina, 0. 95 reactions, 0. 97 spirit, 0. 06. Aina's stats hadn't changed much since he last looked. She was fundamentally a frontline fighter. In that case, it was his responsibility as the only one among them adept at long-ranged attacks to cover her. However, he was curious. Aina's spirit was the highest he'd seen aside from his own. Even the priest was only at 0. 05. Maybe he was still underestimating her. The two ran through the small village in a line, just 10 meters apart, their speed far beyond that of normal humans. Aina's axe was suddenly wrapped in a reddish-gold glow and floated from her back to her hand. She held it off to her side with 2 hands, sweeping out the moment she entered the range of an enemy. Her axe was like a blur, hacking Englishmen apart with ease. Blood and organs splattered through the air, but not a speck touched her as she flashed by, dodging them as though they hadn't dared approach her. Lionel could only sigh as he watched her silently. He always knew there was something special about Aina. There were simple context clues everywhere. Something as simple as her tan skin could tell him this. Girls her age were obsessed with taking care of their skin. Some used tans for cosmetic reasons, but Aina's had always been a level beyond that, as though she spent her days toiling under the sun. Yet she didn't appear any less elegant or noble, always appearing in a beautiful dress like a dainty goddess. His infatuation had always been due to small tidbits of her hidden truth like that. He had originally thought that her abrupt change would lessen his feelings for her. But even as she slaughtered mindlessly, he felt that he had always subconsciously known this was hidden within her. Is this what I'm drawn to? Lionel's gaze sharpened. With quick movements, he pulled a dart out from his side, hooking it into his otlotl and swinging his arm sidelong. He continued running as though nothing had happened. But 100 meters away, an archer watched as Lionel's spear flew through a window, out a wall, and directly between his eyes. He hadn't even managed to climb to a proper vantage point, let alone knock an arrow. Lionel wasn't fond of killing. But, even in his aversion, those who would attack a village of innocents like this ranked at the top of those he would be willing to bloody his hands with. Aina and Lionel just numbered 2. But in less than 10 minutes, the state of the battle completely flipped. They dashed around the village like 2 specters, Aina manning the front and Lionel taking out everything out of her range. Once again, this zone seems mostly made up of normal humans. This era should have gunpowder as well, but they probably won't appear on this battlefield. The blaring horns of retreat sounded just as Lionel and Aina burst out of the village's boundary of broken wooden fences. A plain that should have held crops stood, but much of it was trampled to the ground under the hooves of swords and foot soldiers. With such conditions, The likelihood this village would survive through the winter even with Aina and Lionel's actions were near zero. Lionel's jaw clenched. The surviving village dwellers looked toward Aina and Lionel as though they were twin gods, none of them daring to approach. At that time, long after the English had disappeared over the horizon, the sound of hooves filled Lionel's ears. However, this time, it came from within the village. No, more accurately, it should have been another army approaching from the opposite exit and cutting through the village. As expected, Lionel soon found a group of armored men riding horses coming toward both he and Aina, causing the village members to part like the sea. Except, this time, they weren't Englishmen but were rather Frenchmen. The head knight looked down toward Aina and Lionel from his horse, a picture of confusion with a dash of arrogance. "Who are you?" The question was directed toward Lionel despite the massive axe in Aina's hand. It seemed this era still took their misogyny quite seriously. "I can't speak French," Aina said, looking toward Lionel. Lionel blinked. He had become so used to not being able to understand anyone after entering a zone that he forgot he could actually speak French. Finally, it seemed his language studies would come in handy. Lionel thought for a minute. What was the best way to approach this? Suddenly he smirked. "We're messengers of God. Me and my partner are guardians sent to protect Joan of Arc. Bring us to her immediately." The head knight frowned. He wanted to refute, but there was only one reason the English would retreat. It had to be related to these two. "I will take you to the general. Whether you can meet the savior or not will be up to him. Bring them a horse." Aina frowned, seeing that there was just one horse. Plus, there was no way a horse would be capable of withstanding the weight of her axe. "It's fine, lead the way. We will run." The head knight's eyes widened. "Humans keeping up with horses? The path is long." Lionel only shrugged, slotting his otlotl into the belt Aina had given him. The messengers of God aren't limited by such things. The heart of the knights trembled, each of them swallowing hard. Their encampment was 50 kilometers away. It would take a human a day to cover such a distance. A good runner would take about 3 to 4 hours. But a horse could do it in less than 2. If they could really keep up. They soon received their answer. Aina and Lionel not only kept up with ease despite their heavy load. On top of this, they didn't seem to be too tired. Lionel could have taken out his bike to make the process even easier on himself, but it didn't sit right with him letting Aina run alone. When they could see the large tents of the encampment, Lionel's heart inadvertently thumped as something clicked in his mind. My stamina just increased by 0.01. Lionel immediately confirmed that he really was correct. There was something more special about his father's concoctions than the latter had let on. In addition, this world really hadn't blocked it like the previous zone had. What's different about that one and this one? It also seems that whatever medicinal strength Dad's brew had can be forced out quicker if I'm doing an activity conducive to it. Should I start running sprints and lifting weight? Lionel's strength wasn't bad, but his speed and agility were abysmal. The only reason they were passable currently was due to the Tier 5 black treasure on his feet currently. Now that Lionel was paying very close attention to his body, he realized that the ticks up in his stats while he was fighting those great invalids had felt exactly like this. Why hadn't he realized there was a hidden strength churning in his body before? I wonder why Dad decided on this incredibly slow approach. I'm sure he had a reason. Lionel frowned, his mind going to the scar his father mentioned. Could it be related to that? He didn't really understand though. There weren't really any important organs or vitals in that place. Lionel didn't get to think more about it as they finally made it to the encampment. He could immediately tell that Joan of Arc wouldn't be here. Encampments like this one held forward squads and battalions that placed pressure on the enemy in no man's land. According to history, Joan wasn't a fighter, she was rather a morale booster. The so-called Merlin mentioned in the quest introduction was the man who prophesied of her arrival, but there was no real wizard or mage in history. This was all to say that Joan wouldn't be in such a small army. She would be with a larger number, so her presence could have the greatest effect. Joan of Arc was executed for cross-dressing as a man. Lionel sighed, looking at Aina's clothing. Lionel found his education at Royal Blue Academy to be quite useful currently. When one chooses a language study, it isn't just about learning the dialect itself, but also about learning in the language. Lionel had thus learned many things about French history in these past few years. Lionel and Aina waited patiently as the head knight contacted who he needed to. Not long later, the two were being ushered into the largest center tent. Unsurprisingly, this general didn't have much of a say in the matter either. He could only wait until the next opportunity to bring Aina and Lionel back to the Orleans stronghold. The next time their battalion would be allowed to return was a month. Until then, they could only continue fighting skirmishes and protecting the 100-kilometer radius of villages and towns. Following this, Aina and Lionel were taken to a tent of their own. Lionel already knew that Aina had a tent of her own that she'd likely bring out, so he didn't disagree. Plus, it wasn't particularly good for the two of them to separate. Surprisingly, though, Aina didn't immediately pull out her own living space, and instead invited Lionel to sit on an animal skin left in the tent. The mission specifics, I haven't had time to explain them properly to you yet, so I think I should do so now while we have a small bit of time. Lionel nodded. That was true. The wristwatch is correct. This quest is about Joan of Arc. I'm not sure how this Merlin is related, but maybe you can fill in the blanks? Yes. Merlin was a bard and professed prophet from the 500s. He was known for a few of his connections and prophecies, namely his connection with King Arthur and his prophecy on Joan of Arc. If I recall the quote directly, his prophecy went, "France will be lost by a woman and saved by a virgin from the oak forests of Lorraine." The same usual vague prophecy that will eventually become true if enough years pass. Lionel ended a bit skeptically. I don't think we can take anything at surface value like that anymore. Aina said softly. Maybe you're right. Aina shook her head. The main quest and side quests are actually conflicting, and the hidden quest is nearly impossible. You can see hidden quests? Isn't the point that they're hidden? My detection device can't, but I used an S-grade information ticket on it. I have a feeling that this quest may actually be of the SS grade, which plummets the accuracy of my device to just 70%. Lionel's gaze narrowed in his seriousness. He had only completed a C-grade zone before, but now he was in an SS grade 1? Where was the fairness? There's also a possibility that it's a unique subdimensional zone. Unique? They're zones that are ungraded due to the fact the variables within follow the chaos theory. Oh, just fantastic. Lionel thought to himself. Chaos theory was a branch of mathematics that gave even him a headache whenever he thought about it. At least back when his mind worked within normal human limits, that is. Either way, I will tell you what I know. There are two side quests. One is to kill 1,000 Englishmen. The second is to kill 10,000 Englishmen. The main quest is to kill Joan of Arc. Lionel rubbed his forehead with a hand. As expected, this wasn't a simple matter at all. The hidden quest is to recapture Paris. Lionel's lips twitched. She was the boss of a potentially SS grade zone. Yet even she failed to recapture Paris in her lifetime. But they were supposed to. Chapter 23. After giving Lionel this information, Aina, to the shock of Lionel, gently softened the wrinkles in the animal fur and laid on her side with her back facing him. She cradled the long arm of her axe in her bosom, the soft sounds of her steady breathing soon following. Lionel blinked for a moment. With willpower he didn't know he had, he forced himself to look away from the elegant curve of her back and focus. You have a lot of work to do. Lionel had spent all his life avoiding women. In middle school, he simply wasn't interested in them aside from the usual teasing a boy might have for the opposite sex at that age. And when it came to high school and he finally realized that girls were more interesting than he thought, he caught sight of Aina. No. It was more accurate to say that she was the reason he found women were worth looking at. With how popular Lionel had been as a 5-star professional, the women who wanted him could form a line that wrapped around Earth. But his father's two mantras had always been respect and persistence. If he wanted to respect Aina, even if they weren't a couple, he had to at least do the bare minimum. Like this, Lionel, who had a friend like James who had probably lost count of the number of women he had been with, was a green virgin. Something like being in a tent barely 4 meters in every direction with the only woman who stirred his heart was too much stimulation for him to handle. To clear his mind, Lionel began to subconsciously circulate, dimensional cleanse. Without having to worry about invalids, he unleashed his talent completely. Those who could only be considered normal humans felt a comfortable and warm, yet strong wind picking up. The flaps of open tents whipped back and forth. The horses in their makeshift stables neighed, hot air billowing from their nostrils. It almost seemed like a gentle summer's day despite the fact they were deep into fall and quickly approaching winter. As for those who weren't normal, Aina's eyes flashed open, an unconcealed shock hidden within. But she didn't turn back. Instead, she closed her eyes once more, feeling comforted. A light smile Lionel couldn't see played her delicate features. The energy density in this place is severely lacking compared to the current Earth. Is that the difference between a world that's begun its evolution and one that hasn't? Despite the low energy density, Lionel's speed was still much faster than it had been when he was constantly worrying about invalids. In fact, he felt that it was faster than it should have been. My speed increased more than it should. That's probably related to my increase in spirit? Eventually, Lionel's mind slipped away. By the time he awoke again, the sun had set and risen. Lionel Morales, strength, 0, 80 speed, 0, 75 plus 0, 1, agility, 0, 85 plus 0, 1, coordination 0, 99 stamina, 0, 87 plus 0, 0, 5, reactions 0, 99, spirit, 0. 12 Lionel's spirit had risen once more, this time by 0, 1. He couldn't help but smile to himself. Before, 3 days had netted him some small improvement, due to his forceful slowing of his own progress. But now that he had unleashed his full potential, he gained such a large amount in a little over 12 hours. He was immensely satisfied. By now Aina had awoken. Her back still faced to him. She was meditating as well. It seemed that she wasn't able to meditate and sleep like Lionel could. In addition, whatever technique it was that she was practicing, it relied entirely on the goings-on of her own body. There was no energy entering her from the outside at all. Lionel noticed a tray of food in front of him, and nodded a thanks Aina couldn't see. It wasn't nearly enough food for him, but he couldn't expect an encampment of 1,000 men to have too much to spare. After wolfing down the porridge and sausage, Lionel set the tray aside, thinking of going hunting for his own food as he had in the Mayan temple. However, not wanting to leave Aina alone, he thought against it. It's rare that I have time to calm myself and think. It's already been 4 days since I received those 2 booklets, yet I've yet to even open them. If Montez heard Lionel's thoughts, he would go numb from shock. If Lionel had never opened the technique booklets, how was it that he had used both Dimensional Cleanse and Call of the Wind? Unfortunately for Uncle Montez's sanity, Lionel's answer would be the same shrug he used after he chose Dimensional Cleanse over the other 4 Tier 9 black techniques. When Lionel laid hands on the booklets, the things he could already sense with his eyes were magnified several times over. He got an instinctual feel for the existence of the technique, without even opening its cover. That first night he spent with his friends after coming back, he found that he could simply use them with ease. When Lionel realized this, he refrained from reading through the techniques. He felt that in such a dangerous environment, since he could already use them without issue, there was no point in risking anything now to read them. After all, he couldn't meditate and rest if he had to read. Finally, Lionel pulled out Dimensional Cleanse and flipped open to the first page. The first thing he saw was a summary of the technique. Dimensional Cleanse. This technique attunes the body to the shift in dimensions, using 4th grade force to wash 3rd dimensional constitutions and bring them closer to perfection. 4th grade force? Is that what it's called? Lionel realized immediately how important this booklet was. He didn't have enough fundamental knowledge about his quickly changing world. The more he knew, the better system he could build in his mind. Then there'd be less variables to contend with. But this perfection, what is it that they mean by that? Lionel kept reading. The completion stages of this technique are graded from 1-star cleanse body to 3-star cleanse body. If you succeed in forging a 1-star cleanse body, congratulations. You are one of the foremost talents in your world. Should you help your plane continue to evolve, you have the potential to form a 7th dimensional constitution. You can be considered amongst the 1%. If you succeed in forging a 2-star cleansed body, I praise you wholeheartedly. You are a generational genius of your time, a god amongst men. Should your world continue to evolve, you have the potential to form an 8th dimensional constitution. You can be considered the 1% of the 1%. If you succeed in forging a 3-star cleansed body, I hope you'll remember the karma we've forged on this day. So a 3-star cleansed body, is this perfection they're talking about? Lionel wasn't sure. Even the lowest completion of 1 star received such high praise. If that was the case, then what sort of existence was the 3-star cleansed body? Shaking his head, Lionel could only continue. Internal sight. Before any force technique can be cultivated, internal sight must be mastered. If you do not have the talent to awaken this ability, I advise you to place down this technique. Once you advance to gain a 4th dimensional constitution, you will naturally awaken internal sight, and you can then choose another force technique. Internal sight is a subconscious, instinctual grasp of the force not only in the world around you, but within you as well. Without the ability to both sense this energy and also guide it into your body, the quest for perfection is simply not in your destiny. Force notes. Lionel turned the page to find a diagram of the human body. From his biology studies, there were several points off from the humans of Earth. But the creator of this technique wrote diligent notes on how to adjust his diagrams to fit the evolutionary quirks of each world. Force nodes are the points in the body that generate and propagate force. They do not exist naturally in 3rd-dimensional constitutions. Instead, they must be formed either through the use of techniques such as this one, or naturally as a world evolves. Cultivated force nodes are neither inferior or superior to natural force nodes. The only exception to this are individuals able to forge natural force nodes of a higher rank than their current world's dimensional plane. However, these individuals are incredibly rare, and are usually world spirit wielders, or the offspring of one. In addition to this, the better the foundation technique, the better your cultivated force nodes of the future will be. My dimensional cleanse technique can be considered among the best, so you are in luck. Lionel refrained from rolling his eyes. You hadn't even finished the technique when you wrote this. How could you possibly know that? What a narcissistic creator. As Lionel continued to read, he found a few differences from his expectations. For one, due to the fact he hadn't formed even a single force node, and was just cultivating force by instinct, what he was doing now was priming his body. According to the creator, the longer one could prime, the higher chance they had at forging a 3-star cleansed body. From what Lionel could see, he had already begun to pass the thresholds necessary to enter those completion realms. The creator described that state as force infused into the brain. Lionel had already naturally accomplished this. The second thing that subverted his expectations was that unlike those anime he and his dad liked to watch, the core of force techniques wasn't at his lower belly, but was rather in his mind. The reason force infused into the brain was so important was because this was where the stars would form. The more resilient the mind, the higher chance there was at success. The third thing was that Lionel felt he could already form 2 stars without issue. But the fact he could expose to him just how difficult it was to form 3. He felt that it was an astronomical distance away despite the fact he had reached the 2-star threshold so easily. The fourth thing Lionel began to contemplate was on just what his ability truly was, then. According to the description of internal sight, it matched the way he had used his ability all along. Could it be he had mistaken internal sight for his ability? If that was the case, then what was his actual ability then? It couldn't be that his ability was something everyone would receive eventually. Right? Lionel could only set these thoughts aside. The more he cultivated dimensional cleanse, the stronger his ability would become. By then he'd know the truth. If it was more potent, he'd be able to get a rid on it much easier. Alright, there are multiple options from where to start forming force nodes. If I want to gather enough force to form the first star, I need 3 nodes. 6 nodes for 2. And 9 nodes for the third and final. But it's very difficult for a pseudo-4th-dimensional body to withstand that many nodes even if my brain can withstand 2 stars already. The most dangerous starting position is the brain stem. The easiest is the calf. However, starting at the calf will make your nodes about 1/10 the size of their full potential. The further the starting position from the brain, the longer the path you need to forge, and thus the less energy you can spend on widening your node. The closer to the brain you start, the less energy you need to spend on the path, and the more you can spend on widening your node. The wider the starting node, the more force it can withstand. Since your first node acts as a pathway to your second node, the same principle applies, so the closer the second node is to it, and the larger that first node is, the larger the second will be. In that case, what I need to focus on is reaching saturation in my priming stage. After this, I'll form my first node at my brain stem. Like this, 3 weeks passed and Lionel's brain had finally reached its full capacity. Lionel Morales, strength 0, 80 speed, 0, 75 plus 0, 1. Agility 0, 85 plus 0, 1. Coordination 0, 99 stamina, 0, 87 plus 0, 0, 5. Reactions, 0, 99 spirit, 0, 30. Chapter 24. Lionel hadn't moved in weeks. He wasn't even consciously aware of the fact that Aina had left and come back several times already, without any strong threats around him, and subconsciously putting his trust in her, he went all out. Due to the strong winds and comfort that emitted from his tent, the Frenchman hadn't dared to approach. By now, they were all convinced that he was an envoy of God. Aina entered the tent once more, but this time, she frowned deeply seeing his current state. Lionel's lips were a deep shade of blue, his body quaking with every passing second. The whirlwind of force surging toward him was more than 10 times greater than it had been on the first day. Whether that was due to the increase in his spirit, or due to the fact he had a deeper understanding of the technique after actually reading it, it was impossible to tell. Ghastly blue-green veins ran across Lionel's neck and forehead. Beads of sweat rolled down his body, mixing in with the foul odor it was giving off. If Lionel knew that Aina had continuously dealt with his body odor without a complaint for so many weeks, who knew how he'd feel? If one peered into Lionel's brain stem, it would be possible to see a growing seed of concentrated force. There was no simple way to complete this process. Lionel had to carve out his own flesh while simultaneously using force to heal himself. This was why this step was so dangerous. The brain stem was arguably the most important part of the brain. If it was ever damaged, death was basically guaranteed. Yet, Lionel had to actively do exactly that to carve out a node for himself. The only way this was possible was due to the special characteristic of dimensional cleanse. Not every force technique would carve out nodes in the same places, and most directly avoided such dangerous areas. It was precisely because the creator of this technique was so confident in his methods that he dared pen down this technique. Use your senses to perfectly memorize the structure of cells in your brain stem. Reorganize, stimulate their recreation, destroy the original, repeat. It took hundreds of years of research before humans of Earth were able to use stem cells to reproduce brain cells. In fact, it was still in its infant stages even now. Yet, this technique was able to use force to surpass anything Earth was capable of. However, it was still up to Lionel in the end to repeat this process countless times. It was simply impossible for him to do this for every one of the millions of cells in his brain stem. That said, a normal node formed of 4th-grade force would barely be visible to the naked eye, and could have its size measured in cubic micrometers. The issue Lionel faced was that his node was not normal. And though a normal node would only take up the space of about 10 cells at most, the true difficulty came in properly restructuring everything so that your mind could continue to function properly. That alone was already difficult. But Lionel had to replace and reorganize not just 10 cells, but 100. On any other day, a mere paper cut could slice across far more than 100 human cells with ease. But to Lionel, that seemingly small number was the barrier between him and death. He knew he could have stopped at 10, that he could have stopped at 20, even at 50. These numbers were already far more than a normal person could match. And it should also be considered that dimensional cleanse wasn't a normal technique to begin with. Another technique might have their user form a node of 5 cells at most. But Lionel knew that if he stopped, he would be cheating himself. What had he wasted so much time priming himself for if he wasn't going to tap into his full potential? If he stopped now, Then he might as well have formed his first node back when his spirit was at 0. 12. Blood began to leak from Lionel's nose. It was such a deep crimson that it almost appeared black. The calculations running through Lionel's mind were astronomical. Just how many other neurons did 100 brain stem cells connect to? How many spinal connections? How many smooth muscle connections? How many organs did they control? Rerouting his whole body like this put immense pressure on his mind. He just wanted to sleep, to alleviate that pain racking his body, but he knew he couldn't. Persistence. His back straightened. He realized now that the reason he fought those 7th-grade invalids wasn't because of some random excuse, it was because of something his father had ingrained in his body since he was young. Persist. Aina stood at the doorway, her teeth biting down hard on her soft lips. He's forming his first node now? How is that possible? He should at the very least be on his 5th or 6th. Is his high coordination and reaction purely due to his ability then? What kind of ability is that? Aina obviously didn't have access to the same stats Lionel self-created. But she had a natural ability to read people that came from years of training and experience. From her experience, it was simply impossible to have such high base stats without first forging nodes. She herself was already working on her 7th. In fact, the base strength she displayed wasn't her full strength. Because she rarely used her force, the stats Lionel had of her were actually wrong. After all, he can only measure what he can see, and he had too little knowledge of force before. The only point that stood now, however, was the fact Lionel's ability, whatever it was actually so great. Suddenly, a roar escaped Lionel's lips, a shower of blood bursting from the pores of his body. In the next moment, the sound of something that almost resembled a massive flame being lit swept through. Concentric circles of rippling force winds and dust billowed around him, shooting the tent he sat into the sky. Lionel opened his eyes with a flash, their hazel burning with a deep blue light that flickered and disappeared a moment later. He was a complete mess. His body was coated in blood from head to toe. In fact, his general vicinity looked as though a concentrated rain of blood had fallen, splattering around gruesomely. However, if one looked closely, one could see that this wasn't normal blood. It had an impure, brownish-black quality to it that released a terrible smell. At that moment, despite his looks, Lionel felt more alive than he ever had. Lionel Morales, strength 0, 80 speed 0, 75 plus 01, agility 0, 85 plus 01, coordination 100, stamina 0, 87 plus 005, reactions 100, spirit 0, 30. That was it. He had crossed the limits the human body could theoretically endure. His other stats hadn't improved, but this made sense. After all, it was a node for his brain, not his body. They only had minor ticks up. But Lionel knew that if he activated the force in his first node, his stats would increase by another margin. Seems I've missed something important. Lionel reprimanded himself. You stink. Aina's soothing voice appeared above Lionel's sitting form. Lionel was speechless. But looking down at himself and taking a whiff, even he could only cringe. Sweeping out his senses, he quickly found the nearest water source. Come with me, Lionel said. Aina raised an eyebrow. Lionel grinned. It's all right. I'm okay with you taking advantage of me. It was Aina's turn to be speechless. In the end she turned and blushed, not meeting Lionel's eyes. At that moment, Lionel couldn't hide the confusion in his heart. He had thought that Aina's bashful personality was all just an act, not different from how Yuri pretended to be the kind, considerate friend for so many years. But what was this? Leaving you here doesn't sit well with me. Come on. Lionel dashed away. After seeing that he wasn't scrutinizing her anymore, Aina quickly followed. By the time she caught up, Lionel was already stripping by a riverside. Flustered, she could only find a tree to sit behind in the opposite direction. Aina's militaristic outfit didn't have any defensive abilities. All it had were its convenient pockets that allowed her to store many things like miniature spatial devices, and the real reason she chose it, a self-cleaning function. She liked to stay clean, but she was also practical. Finding a place to bathe in a zone, or even on Earth right now, was near impossible. So though she missed the feeling of water gliding across her soft skin, she gave it up. Do you think they'll be all right without us? Lionel's voice traveled to Aina's as he alternated between scrubbing himself and his clothes. They'll be fine, Aina said softly. Yuri knows what to do. Plus, only the beginner zone works on the same timeline. The zone we're in currently is 10-1. Not even 3 days have passed to them yet. Oh, I didn't know that. Lionel muttered. Aina always seemed to speak to him, as if the things she was saying were obvious. Did she not realize that he had no idea what she was talking about? Lionel frowned. Uncle Montez said that because Earth had so much potential, there were several other worlds looking to get a piece of the pie. His words seemed to imply that they had started doing this even before the metamorphosis began. Could Aina's family be related to this? Did you really only just light your first node? After several moments of silence, Aina's sweet voice traveled to his ears again. You know about nodes? Lionel asked, surprised. Did you think you were the only one? Lionel could almost hear the light smile through Aina's voice. He could barely hold back his desire to see it. Sort of. I had to do a lot to get my hands on the method. I didn't think others were already aware. Lionel wasn't lying. He only got dimensional cleanse, because he was the first to clear a zone, and as such he received a Tier 9 black reward. There could only be one of him, right? But it seemed he forgot to consider that a force technique didn't have to be such high grade. And also, from Uncle Montez's words, maybe others had gotten their hands on treasures through other means. Maybe that was why Aina seemed to have more treasures on hand than she should. I did just light my first one. Lionel eventually answered. I chose my brain stem as my first location, so it was pretty dangerous. I should have prepared some more. Aina froze. What did you just say? Lionel raised an eyebrow. That I chose my brain. Are you insane? How was he supposed to respond to that? Maybe. Why didn't you just pick a spot on your legs? You can only choose 9 locations at best, and most can't even form a second. Recklessly choosing your brain now is not only dangerous, but if you reach a bottleneck in your potential, your bodily strength will always be substandard. Lionel could hear Aina almost huffing and puffing. It seemed the Aina who could curse out a grown man 3 times her size had come out. He was too angry to see it that night, but he was sure it was an adorable sight. I knew I should have woken you up. Aina bit her lip again. You shouldn't do that, you'll scar your lip. Aina was shocked awake from her own rant, finding Lionel standing before her with wet, dripping hair. It was fine if he wanted to come, but did he really have to do it shirtless? You don't understand. The bottlenecks people face get worse and worse with every step. Unless you're lucky enough to be born with a lineage factor that gives you natural force nodes, reaching past the 3rd node is impossible. You would need force node medicines, but Earth just can't produce those now. Lionel smiled. You don't have to worry about me. It was a smile he had practiced in the front of the mirror so many times. The very smile he prepared just for this one person. Seeing Aina completely disarmed, he felt a swelling of satisfaction in his heart. Whoever that old fart is who wrote Dimensional Cleanse really is a liar. No difference between cultivated and natural force nodes, my ass. You could have at least mentioned this in a footnote, you ass. After recovering, Aina's expression turned serious once more. It's good that you know that I'm worrying. In that case, be less reckless and choose your right arm for your next node. It will improve your throwing abilities by a large margin. Lionel nodded innocently like an obedient child, but internally he had no intention of listening. After awakening his first node, Lionel gained a greater grasp of just what his ability was. If he had to sum it up in one word, it was calculation. In the simplest terms, his mind was like a supercomputer. The reason why he had almost mistaken internal sight for his ability was precisely because of his mind's ability to make use of that information far better than anyone else would be able to. It was the reason he could tell the difference between a loaded and unloaded gun by its weight. It was the reason he could assign stats just by glancing at a person's body. And it was the reason he was certain that there was a perfect configuration of nodes that would maximize his bonus potential. He had accidentally stumbled into the perfect start with his brain stem, and he didn't plan on taking the second until he had gathered enough knowledge to find the next perfect step. That said, he had already eliminated his arms, legs, and most of his chest. He was certain that the perfect second node was along his spine somewhere. He just had to run a few more calculations to find that flawless location. As for Aina's worries, well, what she didn't know wouldn't hurt her. Aina seems to be preparing to form her 7th force node. Her node locations actually have 93% compatibility with her. I didn't expect that. Oh, what are you doing? Aina frowned as she gazed at Lionel. She felt for a moment that she had been stripped bare in front of him, but she couldn't find a logical reason why. Lionel's spirit was just too far above hers. Had he not been standing right in front of her, she might not have even noticed. Lionel snapped out of his thoughts. He had just seen something that explained to him why it was Aina seemed to cultivate without pulling in force energy. She was actually practicing a technique aside from a force technique, one that applied particular pressure on her blood. However, Lionel knew instinctually he couldn't practice this technique. Only those with Aina's blood could. Just what's her story exactly? Sorry, just committing your words to memory. Lionel saluted like a soldier. PFT. Aina laughed beside herself. It was such a dazzling scene that Lionel stood completely frozen in time. I bet she didn't have to practice that in front of a mirror. Just then, the sounds of war horns reached their ears. Sending a glance toward each other, they dashed back to the war camp. Chapter 25. As he ran, Lionel squeezed his still wet flexible armor on. Its black fabric flexed, clinging tightly to his body. Luckily, he hadn't been foolish enough to leave his weapons behind. No matter how uneventful the last month had been, Lionel would never forget that he was in the middle of a subdimensional zone. The idea of time dilation sounded great. Thanks to zones, Lionel would be able to experience more life than his lifespan dictated, and even train faster than he should. But zones were not a joke. If the main quest couldn't be accomplished, they'd be stuck here to their deaths. Only then would the zone open once more to allow another to try. A zone wasn't a place that could be taken casually. If there was anything Lionel had learned in the Mayan temple, it was that. The two, Lionel and Aina, hadn't traveled more than a kilometer from the campsite. It took them less than 2 minutes to return, finding the group of 1,000 men quickly organizing. Lionel got a read on the situation quickly. It seemed that a scout had caught wind of an approaching English army, bearing down on Orleans. From what Lionel knew, Orleans was one of the first, if not the very first battle Joan of Arc had fought in and won. It was an important city on the edge of what remained of French territory, and what was once French territory, but now English territory. Back then, or what was considered right now, it was unprecedented and skyrocketed her fame upward. However, with such a critical loss, and to a woman no less, it wasn't a surprise that the English would try and take it back as soon as possible. It was just bad luck that this encampment happened to be in their way. The smart decision was to retreat, and send a messenger ahead to warn Joan and Orleans. The encampment had likely already done the latter, but for some reason they weren't doing the first. If we retreat now, the common people are finished. We must hold out for as long as we can. Lionel's gaze flickered. Ultimately, knights were still nobles. Though France had run into a problem of lacking enough land to consecrate these knights properly during this era, this fact still remained. How rare was it for a noble to care about the common people in this time? I've never heard of this General Frank before, likely because his name had been washed out of history, maybe due to this very act here. But his actions are commendable. Lionel looked toward Aina. I'm going to help them. You're a frontline fighter, so you'll be at too much risk if you jump into such a lopsided fight. Just stay next to me. Lionel was well aware that both he and Aina had surpassed the limit of humans, but they weren't gods. They still got tired, they could still get injured, and they were more than susceptible to overwhelming numbers. Aina looked toward Lionel blankly for a moment before shaking her head. If you don't want me to die, then you'll just have to put a bit of extra effort into covering for me. Her voice still carried the same gentleness, but it had an unyielding command to it. Lionel felt that her will was far stronger than his own. Lionel closed his eyes. If they were open, it would be possible to see a deep flicker within them. General Frank, do you have any siege engineers with you? Or any who have experience working with them? Well, yes. We need a few to properly fortify our encampment. Good. Give them to me and a few men to chop down some wood. You build your defenses. Quite frankly, the general was much too scared of Lionel to refuse. When the engineers heard of Lionel's asks, they looked at him weirdly. The request wasn't difficult at all. In fact, it was ridiculously easy. They could easily complete the 3 of them Lionel asked for by the time the Englishmen were in range. After you finish chopping down the trees the engineers need, continue and build at least 50 cheval de frise afterward. Cheval de frise? Lionel patted his forehead. Had such a thing not been invented yet? Without the proper experience, finishing 50 like he hoped would be impossible. Unless, simplify the design. Lionel's mind churned. In a flash, he had an idea that could work. Walking to the sparse forest of trees that surrounded a part of the river he had bathed in, he borrowed an axe and cut down a thin tree with a diameter no larger than about 8 inches. He worked swiftly, leading by example. He separated the length of the tree into portions about 1.5 meters long. Then cut those portions widthwise into fourths. In the end, from a single tree, he managed to get 8 total 1.5 meter length pieces. Brandishing the axe, he began to chip away at both ends of these pieces. Eventually, they ended up looking like double-headed spears, albeit much thicker than a spear should be. A cheval de frise is a device capable of nullifying cavalry. It stops the charging of horses by placing deadly barriers in their path. Even if the cavalrymen are aware of their danger and avoid them, it will slow down their charge and disrupt their formation. If they aren't aware of them, the result will be even more devastating. I want you to do exactly as I did after you've prepared what the engineers need. Then, Lionel slammed 3 of the double-ended spears he created into the soil at an angle, just about a foot or so apart. Press them into the ground just like this in sets of 3. Work in lines that cover the battle in a systematic way. Between every set of 3, leave about 2 meters of space. And lay out a single line to extend about 100 meters. When you finish laying a line of 100 meters, move back about 5 meters and begin a new line, but don't place them in the same positions as the first line, or else the enemy can just charge straight through the gaps. Make it so that even if an enemy makes it past, they must swerve and slow themselves down continuously. Do you understand? The warriors nodded fervently, jetting off to their work. They were a bit skeptical of how just laying down spikes could stop a cavalry, but much like their general, they were too scared to refute. Against Lionel's expectations, General Frank actually committed 100 men to Lionel's cause. Lionel hadn't thought he'd receive such support, so he had asked for very little. But he had underestimated their religious fanaticism. If they weren't like this, why else would they trust a small village girl like Joan with their lives? By the time Lionel's sharp gaze could see the Englishmen over the horizon, marching under the high sunlight in perfect rectangular formations, the battlefield was already set. It's as perfect as it can be, Lionel thought to himself. The river to our back only has one shallow enough point to cross within tens of miles. They have no choice but to come through here. The encampment itself was already chosen to be on a small hill to act as a temporary fortress. And everything is in my line of sight. Lionel climbed to the top of a set of wooden staircases. This was the device he had asked the siege engineers to build. It was nothing but a simple elevated platform. From afar it looked like a staircase that led nowhere. It could be considered to be a simplified siege tower. The differences lied in the fact that there were no castle walls to scale here, and it was a great deal shorter than what it would usually be. But for Lionel's purposes this height was enough, especially with the help of the elevated position of the encampment. All around the destinationless staircase, barrels of crudely made spears lied. Lionel knew that he could work faster to complete what he had asked of the Frenchman, but he had spent all of this time forming thousands of spears. He hadn't had the luxury of helping them. A small encampment like this one wouldn't carry so many weapons with them. He could only make them on his own. When he reached the top, there was only a single barrel filled with about 100. Unfortunately, this was all he could fit without impeding his throwing motion. The space was quite small, only about 1.5 meters in width and 2 in length, so he had to make do. He picked up a crude wooden spear, weighing it in his hands. A sigh escaped his lips. Only he would be mad enough to try and throw such a poorly weighted weapon. But there hadn't been time to build any stabilizers for them. He could only rely on his ability. The Englishmen stopped in the distance. There was clear disdain on their faces when they noticed the numbers before them. There were 20,000 of them. Yet the enemy wanted to face them with a measly 1,000? The spikes pierced into the ground were incredibly conspicuous, but what did little branches in the ground mean to their heavy cavalry? Form up. The roar brought an eerie silence to the Frenchmen. They gripped their weapons and shields tightly to the point their knuckles went white beneath their armor. And that was when it happened. A small woman of beauty beyond words leaped through the skies and landed before them all with her back facing them. Her demeanor was almost lackadaisical, a massive axe dragging across the ground to her side. It seems we're in luck, men. That whore who claims to be of God is right before us. Slay her here and take revenge for our fallen brothers. Revenge for our fallen brothers. The roar was deafening. In this era, women didn't even touch the battlefield, let alone taking the vanguard alone. Coupling that with the poor information circulation ability of this era. And it was no wonder they mistook Aina for Joan. Unfortunately, this misunderstanding gave the enemy a morale boost Lionel hadn't accounted for. I'm still too inexperienced. Lionel's gaze narrowed. Charge. For our brothers. However, as punishment for saying such words about Aina, Lionel's grip tightened. But then it suddenly loosened. Just what am I thinking? Lionel shook his head furiously. Back then, when those three bastards said those words, Lionel saw red. Before he even knew what was happening, they had died. Afterward, he tried to justify it to himself. They had alluded to all the women they had hurt before. They deserved it. Right? It was fine if he punished them. But that was just an excuse. What was that feeling he had had just now? That feeling that told him he had the right to execute people as he saw fit for little more than their words and ideals. I'm losing my damn mind. What's wrong with me? Lionel grit his teeth. A part of him had already decided. There was simply no place in this world for his soft heart. In a lot of ways, the words of those men that night had enlightened him to that fact. However, he refused to lose himself to the madness of this world. He felt that the end result of killing was just as important as the reason for it was. He wanted to be able to look himself in the mirror one day and justify his actions, to be able to feel that his heart could still remain as light as a feather. The Englishmen weren't bad people. They were fighting for their country. They were fighting for their brothers. Some of them committed horrible deeds. They looted villages, raped women, took mothers from their children and children from their parents. But it remained that this was only some of them. Lionel wasn't a god. He wasn't judge, jury and executioner, nor could his fragile mind state withstand such a burden. However, what he could do was work within the confines of his own limits. As long as he didn't overreach, as long as he maintained his respect for his opponents, he could slowly climb over this hurdle. Lionel took a deep breath as the horses and men charged, kicking up dust clouds. Today, I'll kill you not for the words you've said, but because you are the general of my enemy. Lionel closed his eyes, feeling every detail of the battlefield perfectly projected into his mind. He lifted his spear above his shoulder, setting his feet. 50 meters. 40. 30. 20. Lionel's eyes flashed open when the general was just a few strides of his horse from the first line of spikes. His timing was perfect. A low grunt escaped his lips, an unimpeded strength gushing through his body, and leaving from his fingertip. The spear shot across the skies. The force was so strong that any unbalanced weight remained unable to exert its presence, leaving it flying perfectly straight, and through the slit in the helmet of the enemy general. Even as the first blood was reaped, the cavalry smashed into the first line of spikes. The screams of horses having the chests pierced and legs broken rang through the battlefield. English cavalrymen flipped through the air, completely astonished. But before they could have a chance to regain their bearings, their fellow charging warriors bore down on them from behind, turning the front line into a complete mess not even 50 meters from the Frenchmen's own. Unfortunately for the English, their start only got worse. Because appearing like a deathly ghost, Aina crossed the 50-meter distance between them in a flash, brandishing her axe toward those very same unorganized Englishmen. Without a leader, they fell into a bloody mess. Chapter 26. Aina's agility couldn't be matched by these normal soldiers. A single sweep of her axe took 5 lives at a minimum, sometimes as much as 10. With Lionel's support to her back, she entered the fray without hesitation. She was maybe a little too reckless. Lionel could only watch on with a cold sweat matting his back, throwing out as many spears as he could as quickly as he could. Reaching over toward his barrel, Lionel realized that he had run out. He could only sprint back down and grab another, carrying it up with him. This isn't good. The plan is working almost too well. Lionel threw out another spear, reaping yet another life. A striking problem was becoming obvious to him. The Englishman's first line had been disrupted so thoroughly that even the most forward of them hadn't crossed the third line of defense yet. Because of that, Aina, who had already been their target from the beginning, wasn't receiving the support of the Frenchmen, who stood in a daze as though they were watching the work of gods. Because of the spikes, charging forward now would disrupt their advantage. It was best if they waited at the end of the last line of defense to begin their own slaughter. But since Lionel's trap and Aina's prowess was too overpowering, the enemy was nowhere near reaching that goal. This might sound like a good thing, but Lionel's calculative mind saw that it most definitely wasn't. The way things were going now, Aina would be under too much pressure. He only had one arm to throw with. It was impossible for him to cover her perfectly. Though his high coordination gained him an ambidextrous ability, he needed his left arm to use his shield. Damn it. Archers, take down that man. By now, the Englishmen had noticed Lionel's impact on the battle. They could scarcely believe that a man could so accurately throw a spear, and such low-quality ones at that. But they could only accept what was before them. Archers, by their very nature, were located near the back of an army. As such, they were the least affected by the mess at their front line. Unfortunately for the Englishmen, trying to scream over the sounds of a battlefield as a normal human was impossible. Medieval armies usually relied on a combination of horn and flag sequences to give orders, but with their general gone, this was easier said than done. By the time the second in command finally got hold of the situation and sent down the orders for the appropriate signal, their entire front line was unrecognizable. A ghastly scene of bisected bodies, pools of blood and organs, and men with tears in their eyes painted a terrible hell. Aina, retreat. Unlike the Englishman, Lionel's body was no longer normal. His voice carried a weight that theirs couldn't. But to Lionel's shock, Aina didn't listen. Lionel's lip twitched. She was always talking about his recklessness, but what was this? Those long bowmen have an effective range of 200 meters at best. There's only about 150 meters between me and them, though. They can definitely hit me from here. Damn it, Aina. Lionel dashed down the siege tower, grabbing another barrel of spears and hoisting it up. Just then a rain of arrows fell toward his direction, but he was already prepared. Lionel had noticed before that Aina's judgment was a bit off. The spear on his back was in fact of the D grade. But this small shield was a C grade treasure with just one ability. Lionel raised the shield strapped to his left arm above his head. An instant later, its size increased tenfold, forming a massive umbrella in the skies. The clink of the metallic arrows ricocheted off the shield, not leaving even the slightest dent. How could weapons of the 15th century damage a C-grade treasure? Lionel's mind turned rapidly. In that moment, with every clink of an arrow that rebounded from his shield, he drew a picture in his mind. Its trajectory, its speed, its acceleration. Every arrow was projected into his mind, drawing a perfect line from its contact point to where the bowman who let it loose was. Lionel locked onto a target. 2 fingers reached down toward his right, plucking a dart out of his metal container. His shield still above his head, he flicked his fingers upward, causing the dart to spin for a brief moment to his side as he ripped his otlotl from his waist. In perfect synchronization, the dart's spin was halted by the appearance of the otlotl, slotting into place as though finding its perfect home. Lionel's left arm swung to the side, swatting the last of the arrows away with his shield. In the same instant, his right arm whipped forward, using the swinging momentum of his left to its advantage to send a silver dart streaking through the air at over 200 kilometers an hour. The targeted bowman never stood a chance. He was the best of his squad. Lionel could tell by the power behind his arrow. But on this day he fell. The pattern continued. Lionel alternated between protecting Aina's back with crude spears and taking out the bowman with his atlatl. He knew that he didn't have enough darts to take out all the bowmen, but he didn't have a choice. Come on. Retreat. Retreat already. Lionel gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he felt the siege tower beneath him snap under another rain of arrows. Lionel leaped down before it could tilt to the side. He had already expected this to happen. There were only so many arrow volleys a structure they scrambled to build could take. But this was why Lionel had 3 built. Lionel streaked across the battlefield, making his way to the location of the next siege tower. Even as he used inhuman strength to lift it from its side, the Frenchman and Englishman finally clashed. However, Lionel found it hard to settle his heart. Aina had pretended not to hear him, and she was even deeper into Englishman territory now. Had it not been for them focusing their arrows on him, he didn't know if it would be possible to protect her. With a final roar, Lionel stood the siege tower upright, pulling up one of the barrels he had left in this location up with him. Damn it, what is she thinking? The good news was that even if the Englishmen wanted to ignore him from now on and target Aina, they would only be targeting their own men. The bad news was that this was only because Aina had traveled so deeply into their numbers that she was a small dot amidst a sea of infantry. Lionel frowned. Something's wrong. Chapter 27. Aina was like a lone blazing star. Despite being alone and surrounded, there seemed to be a perpetual 5-meter radius around her that no one could keep their life within. From afar, it seemed like the Englishman army had split into 3. A single group of archers focusing their might toward Lionel, another attacking the Frenchman, and the final entirely focused on this small woman with a weapon twice the size of her body. However, though Aina seemed invincible, Lionel could see her body heat increasing at an unhealthy pace. Her stamina is running low. Lionel's frown deepened. It had been less than 30 minutes since the battle began. But just how long could a normal human fight under such conditions? Even with her being far beyond a normal human, the load she was facing was several-fold greater as well. Aina. Retreat. Lionel shouted once more, putting everything he had into his voice. However, this time, the blaring horns of retreat sounded over him, covering his shouts completely. No. Not now. Just minutes ago, there was nothing Lionel could have wanted more. But now Aina had traveled too deeply into their territory. Lionel's arm cocked back and launched forward another crude spear. With a sharp clang, it rebounded and shattered off of Aina's massive axe blade. Aina's head finally snapped backward. But Lionel never got to register just what her expression was. All he could see was the fierce golden glow of her eyes, hiding a flickering redness that seemed to be the depths of a hellish flame. There was only a single thing Lionel could grasp through the almost 100 meters that separated them. Her eyes were almost telling him to piss off. He had seen them like this once before. That day she killed Conrad and stared him down as though she wanted him to witness every moment. He had been too stunned to register just what she was trying to convey to him back then. But now he was certain. She wanted to be left alone. A fiendish red force erupted from Aina's frail body as her killing speed increased explosively. Aina Brazing Strength 150 Speed 0, 99 Agility 0, 99 Coordination 100 Stamina 0, 10 Reactions 100 Spirit 0, 10 Lionel's pupils constricted into pinholes. Lionel had never seen stats like this. Even the adjusted stats of the metal invalid paled in comparison. But all his mind could focus on was her stamina. It hadn't gone up. In fact, it had plummeted the instant she began using this strength. Aina's delicate roar overwhelmed the blaring horns of retreat. Her axe whipped around, a force blade extending from its body. However, it didn't sweep outward. Instead, it attached to the blade of the axe, extending its range from almost 3 meters to over 5. It was like the axe was enveloped in the spirit of a larger battle axe, borrowing its power to reap lives. Just the first swing took 20 Englishmen from the world. The second swing took almost 25. The Englishmen quaked in fear, But Lionel's anxiety only grew. On the third swing, Aina faltered and the spirit that enveloped her axe flickered, leaving half the Englishman destined to die with a new lease on life. It wasn't only this, but they suddenly felt more confident than they had before. Before Aina stood a wall of Englishmen. To her back, the retreating Englishman barred her in. Lionel didn't even register what he was doing before he found himself falling through the air, having jumped over the railing of his siege tower. Something is wrong. In a flash, Lionel had already burst through the line of Frenchmen who had chosen not to chase. The Englishmen still had more than 16,000 of their original number. It was nothing short of foolish to pursue them with their now less than 1,000 number. However, these weren't things Lionel had the mind to care about. Get out of my way. Kill her. Kill Joan of Arc. The anxiousness in Lionel's heart grew. There was a wall of Englishmen before him, each completely set on Aina. They all but ignored him entirely. Aside from a few veterans who were tasked with holding the back line in a retreat, there was nothing. Lionel's jaw set. Without his high vantage point, he couldn't even see Aina in his line of sight anymore. He could only feel the direction of the force she emitted. A part of Lionel wanted to hate these soldiers for standing before him, for blocking his way to Aina. But with a will he didn't know he had, he pressed that hatred down. He had promised himself not to kill in rage. Breathe, Lionel. He spoke to himself, slowly pulling the spear from his back. It felt oddly familiar to him. The black steel that stood cool to his touch, the flat silver blade on its end. It all seemed to balance perfectly in his palm. The body was almost 2 meters in length, the blade at just over 2 feet. It had proportions more like a glaive than a spear, but its glistening point made its true identity clear. 3 flashes pierced forward, ending in holes in 3 English necks. One arm held his shield, the other held his spear, dripping in blood. Lionel took a deep breath, his gaze flickering with a strong blue diamond-like light. Lionel Morales, strength, 0. 80 speed, 0. 75 plus 0. 1. Agility 0. 99 plus 0. 1 nullified. Coordination 110 stamina, 0. 99 plus 0. 0 5 nullified. Reactions 110 spirit, 0 40. Chapter 28. The feeling of force coursing through your body was hard to describe. If Lionel were to try, it would be like landing on a bed of soft pillows, or walking through a mist of water on a hot summer's day. It didn't just feel good, it felt right. As though this was the true state of being. Lionel didn't know why his stamina had shot upward while Aina's tanked, but he didn't have the time to think about it. In fact, if he thought about it for even a little while, he would realize that because his coordination shot upward, he could more efficiently make use of his abilities, allowing him to use less strength to accomplish the same result. Though Lionel's strength and speed remained untouched, his combat prowess was on a completely different level. The movements of the Englishman were almost painfully slow. His spear snaked through the air like a viper, piercing throats and severing spines with every stroke. It was the most humane way Lionel could think to end their lives. Something about wielding a spear felt different from his rod. Lionel had chosen the rod due to his lack of battle experience. He thought he'd have an easier time with a longer-ranged weapon. However, with the spear, despite the fact it was obvious he had no real experience with it, he felt free. Something within his body was churning, waking from a sleep as though it had been waiting for this moment. Lionel Morales, strength, 0. 85 speed, 0. 80 plus 0 1. Agility 0. 99 plus 0 1 nullified. Coordination 110 stamina 0. 99 plus 0 0 5 nullified. Reactions 110 spirit 0. 40 more of the hidden medicine within Lionel's body diffused, increasing his strength and speed by 0. 0 5. He felt his blood boiling, but it wasn't fatigue. It was excitement. Lionel forgot his hatred of death, of killing. The awkward coordination in his arms stabilized. Like a child learning to walk, his spear became less reliant on his agility and more on his skill. He seemed to be walking through the battle, traveling 5 meters forward with every step, a swath of bodies being left in his wake. The Frenchman felt numb. Was this the power God could bestow upon a man? Lionel's spear almost looked like a black whip, curling and curving around defenses and snapping back with supersonic speed. He could feel her presence getting closer, but also fainter at the same time. Aina was already at the end of her rope. Lionel didn't know what had happened to her, but he knew he had to take her out of here. Aina! Lionel roared, cutting down another Englishman. No matter how good he felt, Lionel knew there was a limit to his strength. His stamina wasn't unlimited. Just walking forward these 50 meters through a swath of Englishmen had begun to tap into his 0.99 stamina. Whatever weird phenomena was happening to his blood ate into his stamina far quicker than he had been before. Lionel suspected that what he was experiencing now, Aina was experiencing tenfold. Faster. Lionel grit his teeth, pushing forward with an even faster speed. He began to rely on his ability heavily, reading through who had the weakest ability, cutting them down and using the gap their body formed to shoot past. Aina! Lionel could barely see her through the sea of bodies. Her breath hung so heavily on her lips that a dense fog formed whenever she exhaled. It wasn't nearly cold enough for air to condense like that. Just what kind of heat was Aina experiencing? In the past, hardly a speck of blood ever touched her. But now, she was completely drenched. Lionel could tell it wasn't her own blood. In fact, she seemed to be completely uninjured. But her present state still sent waves off in his heart. Just what's wrong with her? Kill her. For our fallen brothers. For our fallen brothers. The gazes of the Englishmen almost glowed red beneath their helmets. They didn't see Aina as an arbiter of God. To them, she was a demon. A terrible devil descended to their lands. By this point, their resolve in taking down France raised several levels. It was their duty as God-fearing men to expel these devil worshippers from their lands. For our brothers. For our families. For the Lord. For the Lord. The Englishmen dug deep, throwing their lives away under Aina's axe only to allow those behind them to close an extra inch closer. Lionel couldn't find it within himself to hate them. Even if they bore down on the only woman that had ever stirred his heart. He realized now how right he was not to kill them in a rage. These were men who deserved his respect. Even in the face of power so much greater than their own. They put everything they had on the line. This was the strength of the human race. A people who struggled to survive even in the most terrible situations. It was for this reason that the actions of Emperor Gervais Fox were so reprehensible. Allowing the lives of billions to be snuffed out just to maintain control. Only these sort of people deserved his rage, his anger. For the men before him now, they only deserved his regard. Lionel's mind calmed by another level. In that moment, he realized that anger wasn't what fueled him. In fact, it impeded him. The sincere respect Lionel felt brought him back. The challenge before him became no different from a football game or an exam, not because he found the lives of these men to be trivial, but because he had always taken even the simplest of tasks with the utmost seriousness. Taking on the burden of the lives of these men on his conscience was no different. A natural aura erupted from his body, coating the battlefield in a suffocating presence. Come, I'll lay you to rest beneath a blade that recognizes your resolve. Chapter 29. Lionel's spear became swifter. The clearer his mind became, the sharper his ability shone through. A calculative mind didn't need to rely on emotion. Maybe it was ironic that an inherently emotional man like Lionel had suddenly become the exact opposite. But it was an irony that Lionel wasn't thinking about. Call of the Wind, a technique meant for throwing, subconsciously molded itself into his spear. His mind could see through how it worked, forming dozens of calculations a second. He changed its foundation, adding a power previously impossible to his strikes. It was only now that Lionel finally made use of his powerful spirit. To now, he had only foolishly used it to power his internal sight. Even when he activated his force, he had focused it into his mind, vastly improving his coordination and reactions. But now, a pale light coated his spear. It didn't extend his blade to near the extent Aina's axe spirit had, probably because it was being wielded through a crudely formed technique Lionel was still adjusting even to this very moment. But its power was undeniable. Lionel burst through the last line of Englishmen. His flexible armor and sweats matted in blood that wasn't his own. Aina. Having burst through only one side of the encirclement, Aina still had enemies closing in from at least 3 sides. However, all Lionel received in return was a blazing axe. He had never paid much attention to Aina's axe before. Maybe it was typical teenage boy selective sight. But seeing it up close, it could only be described as a beautiful weapon. It had a handle of over 1.5 meters long, with a thickness so robust Aina's small hands couldn't wrap all the way around it. The handle was a blazing red. Veins of gold and silver coursed through it, pulsing with a ruby light almost as though breathing. The double-headed blade was obscenely large, even a small bit longer in diameter from one blade to the other. The heads themselves glistened with a beautiful silver that was now covered in blood. But their blade edges were an even deeper shade of red than the handle. Like he thought before. It was a beautiful weapon. But it was maybe less so when it was coming for his own head. Lionel knew Aina's strength was too much to take head-on. Even with her stamina almost hitting 0, it was still over 100, far more than his own. In addition, he couldn't see through the grade of Aina's weapon at all, making him certain it would slice through his spear like it was rotting wood. Without hesitation, Lionel ducked beneath it. Aina's agility matched his in this state, but it was clear that she was compromised. Her attack speed wasn't nearly as fast as it once was. The moment the axe soared over his head, Lionel popped back up, using the flat of his spear's blade to slap the back of Aina's hand with some force. It took more resolve to do this than he thought it would. The idea of harming her small frame made him sick. But he had no choice. Lionel wrapped around Aina's left side, even as her axe faltered in her hands. He expanded his shield to just over 2 meters in diameter, blocking the attacks to her back. Aina seemed to finally sense Lionel's presence. A struggle lit in her eyes as though she was trying to decide whether or not to cut him down where he stood. The truth was that she really could if she wanted to. His chest was completely open to her after he wrapped around her left with his shield. She didn't need her axe at all. Just a palm to his chest would kill him with her level of strength. I'm sorry. Aina's gaze swayed with fatigue, her cheek falling to Lionel's chest. Lionel's eyes flickered. He could feel the searing heat of her body even through his flexible armor. Stop him. Don't let her get away. Lionel sighed. He strapped the massive shield to his back, pulling Aina in with his left arm to his chest. She herself was as light as a feather, but the axe she refused to let go of even while unconscious was a completely different story. It alone weighed over 200 pounds. And Lionel had vaguely felt Aina lowering its weight before she fainted. Despite the situation, Lionel inadvertently smiled, and even felt a bit flustered. What am I thinking? She has a high fever and you're in the middle of an army that wants nothing more than to kill her. Get it together. Making a decision, Lionel didn't choose to run. His shield to his back, Aina in one arm, his spear in the other, he stood tall. If you'd like to come, you can come. I'll take as much as you can give. But I won't let her die here. Regaining his calm, Lionel's imposing aura shone forth once more. As dangerous as Aina had been, this was something she hadn't had. Lionel meant his words. Running away would do him no good, and he would only end up implicating the Frenchmen. Even though the English had retreated, they still had more than 15,000 of their original number. If they rallied, they could still crush the less than 1,000 remaining Frenchmen. There was only one option left. Lionel had to impose his will. He had to appear invincible. He had to crush their resolve until nothing was left. That very resolve he respected with all his heart. Chapter 30. Lionel lost his concept of time. The sun likely rose and set at least twice, maybe 3 times? He wasn't sure. He didn't know where he pulled the strength from. The truth was that kind of time didn't pass. Even if Lionel himself was surpassing the limits of a human, fighting for 3 days without rest was beyond him. Even when he stayed awake for that long in the Mayan temple, most of the time was spent sneaking around and avoiding large groups of Spaniards. Still, his illusion of the sun rising and setting wasn't completely off. By the time Lionel slowly dragged his beaten and ragged body out, his spear in one hand, Aina in the other, the high sun had set and the hints of dawn had begun to creep up. Lionel's spear and Aina's battle axe dragged along the ground, leaving deep marks in the dry land. He had no idea how Aina managed to hang on to that massive thing while cuddling up like a kitten, but the reality was right before him. How'd I end up liking such a crazy woman? Lionel looked down at Aina, who had her head buried in his chest. Her right arm was pinned against his body, but her left dragged the axe at an awkward angle. Lionel was worried that her frail arm would snap, but she struggled too strongly every time he tried to adjust her. On the bright side, Aina's temperature had steadily decreased. At least she wasn't scolding to the touch anymore. Lionel looked up to find General Frank standing before him with a look of fear in his eyes. It seemed he hadn't dared to retreat without Lionel's input. They won't be attacking again. Lionel started in a voice so raspy he hardly recognized it as his own. We can head to Orleans in 48 hours. I need to rest. Don't disturb me. The general nodded profusely, and even led Lionel to his personal tent. Oh. Lionel paused before entering the tent. Send 2 or 3 of your comfort women here. The general was speechless for a moment, but didn't dare voice the questions in his mind. In fact, he even led 2 of his favorites over, and sent them into the tent without the slightest reservations. When the 2 French women entered, they carried slight blushes on their faces. Compared to the less desired comfort women, these 2 seemed to have just stepped out of a salon. Their clothes were simple and cheap, but clean. In addition, their beauty was enticing. It was obvious that they could pass for noble women had their birth not been so unfortunately low. When they saw the rippling definition in Lionel's bare back, their blush deepened. They seemed not to notice the dirt, grime and blood that covered him. They were used to dealing with the poor hygiene of soldiers. Compared to them, Lionel was an angel. Oh, you're here. Lionel turned back and nodded. Please help her clean up and lay her to rest. I'll wait outside. After saying these words, Lionel ignored the confused gazes of the 2 women and walked out of the tent. Just think about it. Have you ever heard a man of God asking for a whore so openly? Maybe they really are the devil, just like the young. The words froze when Lionel walked out bare-chested. They shivered in fear, thinking that they'd be punished. But Lionel simply stood there, his arms crossed and his breathing even. He felt like he could collapse at any moment, but he stood tall. Right now he felt better than he had in a long time. Maybe better than he had in his entire life. It was an odd feeling. He didn't like killing. And today, he had killed more people than he had even in the Mayan temple. But his heart was as light as a feather. There were many complicated questions of morality before him. Whether he deserved to be on a battlefield of mortals, even when he was effectively a god amongst them. Whether his reasons for killing them were better than their reasons for wanting to kill him. Even whether Aina's singular life was worth as much as all of theirs. However, maybe due to his youth, Lionel had a very youthful answer to it all. Finding the answer to all of these questions was impossible. Too many things were relative, too many outcomes were ultimately unknown. As long as he could protect his own code, maintain his own conscience, he was okay with that. If there came a day where someone wanted revenge for his actions, he would welcome it. After an unknown period of time, the 2 women came out of the tent. The young mistress has been cleaned and is now resting, young noble. You can enter now. We've also set a tub of water to warm under a fire for you, young noble. We hope our services have pleased you. You are very lucky, young noble. The women said with a light giggle. Lionel expressed his thanks, not knowing what the 2 of them meant by that, as the 2 comfort women bowed. After Lionel entered, the 2 women were swarmed. When they heard the purpose for which the 2 women were called, their faces could only burn with embarrassment. They were certain Lionel had heard them, yet he couldn't be bothered to deal with them. That said, the Lionel they so very feared was flustered beyond belief at the moment. The 2 women had indeed done what Lionel asked. In fact, they went above and beyond, even wrapping some of Aina's injuries. Near the end of her battle, she hadn't managed to remain completely unscathed. The issue was that they had applied the bandages and did nothing to put Aina's clothes back on. Luckily, Aina's lower half was covered by a bearskin blanket, but her upper half was nothing but bandages. Without her normal covering, her chest was far more prominent. Aina's assets weren't exactly outrageously large, but Lionel was certain that his hand, even with its own size, had no ability to grasp it fully. The important bits were still covered, but it was still far too stimulating for a young man who had never seen such things before. Pornography was too regulated, and Lionel had never even been to a beach before, considering how rare those things were in this age. Where would he have ever seen such things? He had always rejected James when he tried to goad him into going to see the girls' swim team. Worried Anna would be disgusted by his actions. Lionel quickly covered his eyes. "I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything." Lionel rushed to Anna's side, fumbling around a bit, and finally pulling the blanket up to cover her completely. Only then did he sigh a breath of relief, missing the slight curve in Anna's lip. After Lionel settled his beating heart and shifted the uncomfortable stiffness in his pants, he found the large bucket of water the two comfort women had rested over a fire. Feeling that it was hot enough, he used the last of his strength to lug it over to the general's wooden tub and dumped it in. He had only barely gotten in and begun scrubbing himself when his fatigue hit him like a speeding vehicle. Even he wasn't sure when, but his consciousness slipped into a deep darkness. Chapter 31. Anna woke up long before Lionel did. Seeing her present state, she frowned deeply, a whirl of complex emotions spinning in her mind. She blushed when she realized how scantily clad she was. Had Lionel seen her like this? No. She faintly felt the presence of two women before, moving her around and cleaning her. It seems he was too honest, just like he always was. Anna winced slightly as she stood. Her figure was the pinnacle of perfection. The bandages were too weak to perfectly support her ample bosom, so they rippled slightly under her movement, causing a nosebleed-worthy scene. Her lower half was hardly covered at all. If it wasn't for the blanket she still held onto, a heavenly sight would be there for absolutely no one to behold. Anna touched her face, sighing in relief when she saw that her coverings were still there. It wasn't strictly necessary for her to keep using them, but there was a blockage in her heart that stopped her. Maybe somewhere deep inside. She felt that if Lionel never saw her true face, she would hurt him less. But what had happened today? She had ended up hurting him anyway. Anna finally registered Lionel's light snoring. She turned around to find him passed out in a wooden tub, much of his skin pruning by now. She inadvertently giggled. There was something about him now that seemed so innocent. She never quite understood how a man who radiated such imposing aura over something as small as a pop quiz or a football game could simultaneously be so green and pure. Anna gingerly put on her clothes. It seemed the two women had also done her the service of cleaning them as well. She even found her undergarments taken care of. Hiding away her gorgeous curves, she walked to the side of Lionel in the tub. A deep red shade covered her cheeks down to her neck. She couldn't quite see Lionel's lower half since the dirt and grime that had covered his body had melded into the water. But the idea that he was naked made her heart beat wildly. It wasn't excitement, but a sheer nervousness at the unknown. Anna grit her teeth, hooking her shoulder under Lionel's armpit and lifting him. He didn't even react to her actions, not even the slightest flinch. One could only imagine how tired he must have been to allow such a thing to happen to him in his own. Anna's gaze colored with guilt, biting down on her lower lip. Eventually, she steadied her heart. First, she set Lionel down, averting her gaze. Then, she poured out the dirty liquid, rushing away to find a few barrels worth of clean water. Though her body was in tatters, she ignored the soreness entirely. For a person with her strength, she didn't even need 10% of her power to do things like lifting up Lionel and bringing in these barrels. Finally, she got down to doing exactly what she dreaded. Taking a deep breath, she began to clean Lionel, the bite on her lip increasing in pressure the more wounds she exposed beneath the thick patches of dirt and mud. By the time Lionel's body was mostly clean, her guilt was overwhelmed by cheeks so red steam practically came off of them. She felt that maybe she should have asked the comfort women to come by again to help, but she had conveniently forgotten this possibility. It was suffice to say that she had never seen a man like this, nor had she ever touched one. Remembering how long she must have spent sleeping in Lionel's arms, the burning of Anna's cheeks only grew. But that was right. He had suffered so much. If she couldn't pay him back even this small bit, she couldn't live with herself. But why did his body have to be so toned and hard? Her fingers were trembling with every gentle wipe. Finally, there was only one part of Lionel's body left. Aina was truly tempted to leave it as is. He would handle it himself when he woke up. But when she thought of the era they were in, she hesitated. What if it got infected? She knew that that area was a man's pride even if she had never seen one before. She had been around enough high school boys to know that it was all they ever talked about aside from the women they had been with. Lionel was different from them. But that didn't mean he didn't inwardly place importance on it. Aina may have never seen one, but she had had a robust education. She knew the kind of impact an infection on such a sensitive area could have, especially in the medieval ages. The pressure of her teeth on her lips grew again. Aina slowly took the towel she had used to cover Lionel's area off, barely holding back her girlish squeal when her eyes lay on it. If the Englishmen she had struck fear in saw her now, who knew how they would react? Aina's breathing turned ragged and choppy. She began to slowly clean the grime away from the edges, pulling her courage together to inch closer. Those are very sensitive. I should use a lighter touch. Aina tried to remember what she had learned in all those Class A biology classes. Her 5-star profession was actually related to the medical field, so it wasn't very difficult for her. Aina whimpered slightly when her towel touched those two sensitive things, using her opposite hand to lift up the limp member that covered them slightly. But she was already inwardly panicking even more. Because of her soft touches around such a sensitive area, she had already noticed it growing stiffer. By this point, she didn't even need to actively move it out of the way. Just ignore it. Just ignore it. It's a natural reaction. It just means he's healthy. It'll go down on its own. Aina clamped her legs shut tightly, the bite to her lower lips finally beginning to draw blood. Aina rejoiced inwardly when she felt that she had cleaned Lionel's family jewels adequately enough. There was just one task left. She cleaned her towel with a new bucket of water, and started toward the towering member that filled her with a bit of dread. It pulsed as though it had an eye of its own, piercing into her soul. Maybe a little bit too healthy. Aina knew what average was. Such a thing was part of her studies. And she knew that this most definitely was not average. Gathering up the last bits of her courage that remained, Aina used the damp towel on it, wiping away the dried sweat and dirt that had somehow made its way down there. The top is the most sensitive part. I should be careful again, she thought to herself. Finally, she got to the top, dabbing away gently and making sure nothing that could infest Lionel got into places it shouldn't. Just as she felt she was finished and could finally step away, Lionel had a sudden sharp intake of breath. Aina panicked, thinking that he might wake up. Her neck spun toward his face with such speed that she almost suffered a case of whiplash. Luckily, it seemed that he was still asleep, completely oblivious to what was happening. Aina sighed a breath of relief, turning back to her task in time to see a gusher of thick white liquid launching itself into the air with astonishing force. She only had time to block with both her palms before it could land on her face. Completely stunned, Aina felt the liquid slowly drip down her hands. She could even faintly see the satisfied relief on Lionel's sleeping face between her fingers. Chapter 32. Aina rolled her lips over themselves. In a motion that was far slower than she cared to admit, she washed her hands clean, wiped away the portions that fell on Lionel, and covered his body in a blanket. Even hours after she finished, her heart still beat wildly. Days later, Lionel startled awake, finding himself in a rocking vehicle. It took him a moment to realize that he was lying on a bed made of straw, and that the vehicle was a horse-pulled carriage. Lionel shot up, taking quick and deep breaths. How could he let this happen? Not only had he gone to sleep, but he was completely out of it. He was in a zone he wasn't at home. It took several moments before Lionel realized that Aina was sitting on a cushioned bench opposite his, averting her eyes. Lionel looked down at himself and blinked in confusion. He could tell that he was naked now, but at the very least his lower half was covered. There was no real reason for her to avert her gaze like that. But he didn't question it too much. "Are you all right?" Lionel asked. Aina finally turned to face Lionel, seemingly stunned by his question. "I should be asking you that," she said softly. "Me? I'm fine. Lionel smiled, rotating his arm as though to prove a point. He really did feel great. I'm sorry for passing out like that. Lionel said apologetically. I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if something happened while I was out of it. Aina opened her mouth to answer, but she felt that if she tried to speak now, she wouldn't be able to control her tears. So she said nothing. She knew that Lionel couldn't control what happened. Not only had he spent himself dry for her sake, but he had awoken a lineage factor he wasn't even aware of. Usually such awakenings happened in a controlled space under the protection of your family. It happening in such a dangerous place was about as disastrous an outcome as you could have. However, Aina also knew something else. The longer you could withstand the awakening of your lineage factor, the greater potential it would have in the future. If her vague thoughts while she was unconscious were correct, Lionel had stayed awake for more than half a day. She had never heard of anyone lasting more than a couple hours at best. On top of that, Lionel wasn't meditating and gritting his teeth like those people had been. He had been fighting a battle against thousands of enemies. It wasn't an exaggeration to say his degree of difficulty was far higher and worth far more. The how long one stayed awake metric wasn't exact. It was just a vague metric of how much the lineage factor managed to be stimulated. Therefore, if Lionel was battling while his was activated, it went to reason that every second of his remaining awake was worth far more than normal. Aina couldn't even fathom what that meant. The only one she knew of who could match him was her. But the difference between them was that when her lineage factor activated, she lost control of her mind. So while her performance was just as impressive, it wasn't something she was proud of. She had almost killed her father that day. Please stop apologizing to me, Aina finally managed to say. Lionel smiled. It's not your fault. Do you have my pants? Lionel cut her off. Aina stared blankly for a moment before nodding. She had even managed to patch together the tears in it a bit. They're a bit small for you now though, she said softly. I think you've gotten taller. Lionel's smile widened. So you pay enough attention to me to notice? Aina blushed and turned away, throwing his pants over. Lionel managed to slip his pants on before standing up and stretching. He was certain that this carriage was only built recently. He likely had the siege engineers to thank. You still haven't answered my question. Lionel turned back toward Aina. Are you all right? Aina sighed. Put a shirt on first and I might consider answering. Seeing that a bit of Aina's cheekiness was back, Lionel's heart felt lighter. He happily obliged and put on his flexible armor before covering it in an off-white linen shirt he wasn't sure of the origin of. Happy, Aina turned away. If one focused on his upper half and not his sorry excuse for pants, Lionel actually looked quite good. Luckily he hadn't thought about why he had been unconscious for so long, yet still managed to stay clean. My lineage factor has a negative effect on my psychological state. I lose control of it from time to time, but especially when I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. Only when I stabilize into my new realm will I be able to rein it in again. I already guessed as much. Lionel waved a hand. Like I said already, it's not your fault. I only want to know if there are any lasting impacts to your health. No. Aside from fatigue, there are no other side effects. That's good. Then don't recklessly act when you're on the verge of a breakthrough again. You should have stayed by my side like I asked, Lionel said sternly. But you, Lionel tried to probe out the rest of her words, but Aina seemed to not want to speak anymore. But you? Lionel frowned. Suddenly, he froze as though he was hit by a lightning bolt. He realized he had made a mistake. He and Aina were partners, but he had unilaterally decided to help the Frenchman. Could it be that Aina took the risk despite knowing the possible outcome because of his decision? Chapter 33. Extra chapter for reaching 10 reviews, though it was meant to be 11. I've decided to put the review extra chapter goals aside. I'll also be editing the Power Stone goal and rebooting it from now on. For every 100 Power Stones, there will be a bonus chapter that week. Sorry for all the changes. My hands decided to crap out on me after too much writing, El Mayo. But I'm feeling good with this new keyboard now, so we can get back to grinding. Lionel's gaze locked onto Aina as though trying to read something through her expression. But try as he might, he couldn't get anything out of her. She had returned to being that completely unreadable existence. You should focus on understanding your lineage factor. We still have some time before we reach Orleans. Lionel continued to stare at Aina for an uncomfortably long time, as though he hadn't heard her words at all. He found it too difficult to read her. Was she shy? Or was she the same woman who didn't hesitate to tell him that he smelled or demand he put on a shirt? Was she murderous? Or was she the same woman who stayed back to protect the Frenchman by his side? Just who was she? Lineage factor? Finally, after Aina began squirming beneath his gaze with nowhere to escape to, he registered the words she had spoken. You aren't aware? You awoke a lineage factor on the battlefield. It's why you couldn't control your unconscious state. Lionel frowned. You mentioned lineage factors once before when you spoke of natural force nodes. What are they exactly? Aina wasn't surprised by this question. Judging by Lionel's previous ignorance, whoever of his family was of a higher world most definitely hadn't explained everything to him just yet. Just like how zones are points in time, higher dimensions connected with lower ones, lineage factors are the genetic equivalent of these instances. Have you ever thought of the proper way to interpret higher dimensions? What exactly does the fourth dimension mean? Well, in an abstract sense, a higher order dimension is just any plane of existence infinitely more powerful than the last. In the simplest terms, I can write a story and exert infinite control over the 2D. Likewise, a 2D construct can obliterate someone in the first dimension. Aina nodded. In the real world, outside of the abstract, higher dimensions work similarly, though not exactly in this way. The higher a person's dimensional constitution, the more influence they can exert. It's this power that causes anomalies that must be dealt with in zones. And it's also this power that allows certain abilities to be passed down through generations. Simply put, a lineage factor is the result of a family member of yours, whether in the past or in the future, who has exerted sufficient influence to grant you this ability. Or in the future. Lionel finally heard something that shocked him. Yes, just like zones. Subdimensional zones are examples of the future influencing the past. If they weren't, why would they only start appearing now and not before the metamorphosis began? Just like you said yourself, you can think of it as higher dimensions being infinitely powerful compared to lower ones. If you wrote a book in 2D, is your concept of time like that of your characters? You could make 1,000,000 years pass in the blink of an eye if you wanted. Or you could have a flashback send them 1,000,000,000,000 years into the past. Lionel's gaze glowed with enlightenment. Do I really have a family member from a higher world? Or is it that someone down my line awakened a similar ability and passed it back to me? Lionel's mind spun. Wait. If that's possible, then it's not necessarily true that Aina or one of her parents is from another world. If this future influencing the past result is possible and even probable, then it's likely that the most powerful families of Earth will have begun awakening these lineage factors. Logically, the more powerful the family on Earth, the higher chance they have for success in the future, and the more likely they are to create powerful characters who can pass these abilities backward. But I've never heard of Aina's Brazinger family. There's also not a single Brazinger on the eligible bachelor list. So is it that her family really came from another world? Or is it that the truly powerful families of Earth have hidden themselves waiting for this chance? There were too many unknowns. Even with his ability, Lionel had no ability to guess at what the truth was, or even begin to find the right path. Aina, your family. Lionel stopped his words. He hadn't even begun to form his thoughts when Aina's gaze flashed with an endless fury. For a moment, he sensed that she almost lost control over her lineage factor once more, and went berserk. This time, with her being at peak health, Lionel wasn't confident in his ability to stop her. If she really lost it again, it could be disastrous. After several minutes of Lionel's silence and her deep breaths, Aina's jaw set. Seeing that she was okay, Lionel didn't question her further, and simply went to sit on the bed of straw, pulling out Call of the Wind. He had never gotten around to reading it like he had Dimensional Cleanse. So it was about time he did. The hours ticked by silently, and Lionel truly expected Aina to not speak on the topic again. But unexpectedly on the next day she did. "I'm sorry," she said softly. "It's not that you said anything wrong, you hadn't even asked a question yet." She felt guilty. It seemed that all of her interactions with Lionel always ended in him being extremely understanding, and her demanding too much of him. It only made her more certain in some decisions she had made. "The short of it is that I don't have a family. I had a mother, and my father is no longer with me. But, even while I was in my mother's womb, we were expelled from the Brazinger clan. The only reason I still carry their name is so that I can reject it myself when they most wish for me to keep it." Aina's words were very gentle, but they held a resolve far larger than her small body. Chapter 34. Lionel gazed at Aina for a moment, and then nodded. He didn't say any more words, nor did he try to comfort her. He somehow felt that was exactly what he shouldn't do in this situation. Instead, after his nod, he turned back to his little booklet, allowing the sound of the carriage wheels pulling through dirt and gravel to fill the air again. Call of the wind. This technique taps into the forces of wind that impede your strikes, taking them in as friends, and having them come to your aid. Forces are the fundamental energies of the universe. Third-dimensional worlds identify these forces as gravity, electromagnetism, strong force and weak force. They are in fact correct about these four, however, they are oversimplified. Every fundamental force has a particle attached to their existence which is responsible for their strength. Electromagnetic force is tied to photons. Strong force is attached to gluons. Weak force is attached to bosons. And gravity is tied to gravitons. The manipulation of these particles is where the cultivation of force comes from if it were to be described in the simplest terms possible. Lionel reread this introduction for the dozenth time, as though trying to find something he had missed before. As far as he knew, gravitons were the last of the particles to be found and hadn't been until extremely recently, not even a decade before his birth, if he recalled correctly. The use of these four particles, their subspecies, and their unique combinations, are responsible for every sort of force that force wielders use. The higher the dimension, the more complex these particles become, the more variations of them exist, and the more difficult they become to control. But there is one thing that must always be remembered. The art of force wielding is a calculated science. Should you take it as a game for fun or entertainment to screw around, you will die. Lionel took this warning very seriously. His actions on the battlefield that day had been extremely dangerous. Recklessly manipulating a force technique like that was practically asking for death. To top this off, he had even been using the technique without even opening the book. Had he not had the talent, and had Call of the Wind not been manipulating some of the weakest force particles, he most definitely would have caused irreparable harm to himself. Settling his heart, Lionel organized his thoughts once more. The first and most important thing he learned was that spirit and force were not the same thing. He had already vaguely grasped this when he noticed that activating his force pushed his spirit up by 0.1. But now he was absolutely certain. Spirit was related to the senses, the so-called inner sight. The higher one's spirit, the easier it was to control and manipulate force. But high spirit didn't necessarily mean that you had a lot of force to wield. The reason Lionel's spirit had ticked up wasn't because force could give you more spirit. The true reason was because of the location of his force node. Because it was in his brain, its activation supplied more strength to his mind, thus increasing his spirit. As a result, Lionel Morales, strength 0, 92 speed 0, 85 plus 0.1, agility 0, 95 plus 0.1, coordination 101, stamina 0, 90 plus 005, reactions 101, spirit 0, 30 force 0, 20. For now Lionel adjusted his force stat to 100. He didn't have anyone but Aina to measure himself up against. So he simply arbitrarily picked the number that made the most sense to him. This way he should reach 100 when he lit his 9th force node. As for his other stats, they were like this when he woke up. He didn't know if it was because of his lineage factor, or if it was because of his dad's concoction, but either way, their increasing was good news for him. This aside, the second thing Lionel learned was that the force nodal energy in his brain stem and the forces call of the wind spoke of weren't exactly the same either. The energy Lionel absorbed through dimensional cleanse was an amalgamation of all forces. If Lionel had to attach a name to it, he would call it potential energy. It was unused force that had the potential to affect change. However, the force call of the wind spoke of could be called kinetic energy. It was energy that was actively releasing its potential in order to create the change its controller desired. Techniques like call of the wind were the catalyst needed to turn potential force into kinetic force. The third thing that Lionel learned was that there was a second way to accomplish this very task. When he activated the force in his nodes, resulting in his stats going up, what he was essentially doing was metabolizing the force in his body to increase his strength. This was a natural ability all those with force nodes had, though those with a certain level of talent had greater efficiency than others in this conversion. Coming to this point, one can then understand why Lionel's actions had been so dangerous. He was essentially converting potential force into kinetic force using an unverified method. That was like building a nuclear power plant without the proper safety measures. And building that power plant in your brain stem. If that wasn't an act of suicide, Lionel didn't know what was. It took Lionel quite a while to stop his cold sweat, so that he could focus his everything on how Call of the Wind actually worked. Break it down into a science. Lionel knew that as he evolved toward higher dimensions, he would have to relearn the fundamental knowledge he had in some cases. However, when it came to black-level techniques that still resided within the third to fourth dimensions, the knowledge he did have was robust enough. Wind resistance is a matter of friction. If framed like this, I can think of multiple ways a technique that mitigates it can work. You could use force to make a projectile more aerodynamic. You could use force to loose the strong and weak forces between atoms to reduce their drag. You could use force to create a vacuum in the line of trajectory. Lionel listed ideas for what must have been hours. He even became completely lost in his thoughts, forgetting that he had a technique that would give him a method right before him. Plus, many of the ideas he thought of were well beyond his reach with his current proficiency and amount of force. Call of the Wind actually managed to function differently than all the several dozen ideas Lionel thought of, and also gave him a glimpse of what was considered complex and simple in the world of force science. Using electromagnetic force to magnetize air particles, forming those particles into a point, almost like the heavy steel tip of a javelin, except this spear tip is far more complex. There were a few principles at work. One was aerodynamics, the other was drag reduction, and the last was magnetism. However, despite all of this, there was a beautiful simplicity to it all because it all worked on one mechanism. In the future, I have to not only think of ideas that work, but also ideas that use the path of least resistance. The more he studied Call of the Wind, the more beautiful he felt it was and the more apropos he realized the name really was. On the third day, Lionel stood, opening the door of the rumbling carriage. Aina looked up to see him holding his spear at the moving doorway, but said nothing to disturb. Lionel stood at the doorway blankly for a moment. Around him, there were escorts of knights and warriors all around, but his eyes were entirely focused on the border of forest beyond them. It was just about 10 meters away. As fast as lightning, Lionel's static stance shifted. He lowered his hips, brandished his spear, and pierced forward toward empty air. The Frenchmen who could see what was happening opened their eyes wide, shocked by Lionel's actions. But in the next moment, something even more shocking occurred. At the edge of the forest, a thick ancient tree suddenly had its trunk cleanly pierced through. It was done so sharply that it sounded no different from the dull thump of an arrow embedding into wood. Chapter 35. Bonus chapter for reaching 100 Power Stones. At 200, Aina blinked several times, almost feeling the need to wipe her eyes clean in case some dirt made her see things. 10 meters is about the limit, I guess. And I feel I only have enough potential force to do that 3 times at such a distance. If I keep it to within a foot or two of my spear's blade, though several hundred times wouldn't be a problem. After understanding the concept behind Call of the Wind, Lionel only needed to make a very minor adjustment to make it applicable to his spearmanship. The first step was to form an alignment of charged particles. These particles then pull on other air particles such that they form an incredibly sharp projectile of air. Following this, using the same concept as a rail gun, the magnetized particles pull along the projectile, all the while adding more and more substance to this sharply shaped air. Since these particles were being used to pull the projectile along, they obviously would be able to cause less drag, and thus the problem of friction was also partially solved. In the case of a throwing motion, this pulling would help an arrow or dart travel further, while the sharp shape would mitigate its slowing even more. However, in the case of Lionel's spear, he could apply the same concept without releasing his weapon, making his strikes faster and sharper. On top of this, he could extend the range of the sharpened wind to 10 meters. But I felt that feeling again, when I held my spear, that burning sensation in my blood. Lionel closed the door of the carriage without a word to the Frenchman. He wasn't too eager in their adulation, he was only a bit too eager to test himself. "Do you know what my lineage factor is?" Lionel asked Dana. These were the first words they had exchanged in over a day, yet he didn't seem to carry any bit of awkwardness. Dana looked at him helplessly. How could I possibly know that? Seeing the disappointment in his face, Dana quickly continued. "Just tell me what you feel." "I feel my blood boiling. But it only happens when I pick up a spear." "Is that even possible? How would that work?" Dana blinked in confusion as well. A lineage factor related to a weapon? She had never heard of one. Her lineage factor massively upped her strength and force output. Much like hers, other lineage factors worked similarly, amplifying physical traits. They were always related to things like speed, stamina, reaction time. There were some rare ones that amplified force like hers, but they were extraordinarily infrequent. She couldn't even begin to wrap her head around how someone would pass down the expertise of a weapon in their genes. It seemed almost nonsensical. Her thoughts were the same as Lionel's. With his little understanding of the world of force and lineages related to it, a lineage factor like his didn't make much sense. He could think of methods to use the 4 fundamental forces to improve just about any physical trait, though he wasn't able to execute these ideas. But how would you even begin to construct the expertise of a weapon using them? "Noble arbiters, we are here. The Blessed One has heard of your exploits and has come out to greet you personally." Lionel was snapped out of his thought by the loud voice of General Frank. Sending a gaze toward Ana, they both stood to step out of the carriage to be greeted by a grandiose estate. No, it could only be considered a castle. Château Royal de Blois. Who knew how many kings and royals had called this place home? It was this very place Joan came to be blessed by the Archbishop of Reims before she then proceeded to drive the English from Orleans. Lionel noticed that Frank's army had disappeared. In fact, the coachman who drove their carriage had actually switched to the general himself. Before them, there was a small squadron of knights, numbering no more than 10. They each rode silver-armored horses of their own, standing with the castle that stretched hundreds of meters in each direction as their backdrop. However, it was impossible to have eyes for these men, because before them sat a woman of legend herself. Sitting upon a white steed armored in gold, Joan held her helm in one hand and a large pole flag her other. Lionel was certain that history painted her as a woman of above-average looks with the worn skin of a peasant and a birthmark beneath her ear. She was meant to be a stocky woman of barely 52 inch, having a body tempered by the life of a plebeian as well. These were all the things Lionel had heard. Oftentimes, only the women in fantasies both had the visage of a goddess and the mind of a Renaissance genius. Joan of Arc, Cleopatra, Helen of Troy. These women were never what some mythologies painted them out to be. Yet Lionel was finding out personally that maybe that was all bullshit. The history books didn't say anything about Joan riding a white horse with gold armor either, but here she was before him. Not only that, but she was maybe the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. Flowing black hair, gentle blue eyes, delicate tan skin, and a smile that stole the hearts of men. Her shapely armor wrapped around her curves, but carried a holy modesty to them that was directly contradictory. If there ever were to be a goddess who descended to earth, Lionel was certain that it would have to be her. Chapter 36. Joan smiled down at them from atop her horse. Since she wasn't using her own strength to move, it made it difficult for Lionel to get a reading on her stats. He almost felt that there was something in her smile that said she was doing it on purpose. On the other hand, Lionel felt that he was reading into it too much. The moment he saw Joan, other than being stricken by her beauty, he instantly remembered the fact that he was meant to kill this woman eventually. Lionel sighed inwardly. Maybe it was easier to paint her out as some evil mastermind now, so he could more easily do what needed to be done in the future. Quite frankly, Lionel was unsure how the boss of a zone was decided. Were they always bad people? He wasn't certain of that. He only had one sample to pull his conclusion from. However, if he purely used the reason why they entered zones to draw his conclusion, to deal with instances of higher dimensions touching their timeline before they should, then the logical answer was no. They weren't always bad people. It was very possible that Joan's only crime was being ahead of her time, awakening abilities before she should have. In such a case, Lionel found he had taken a leap head first into yet another dilemma. Forgive me for not stepping down from my horse to greet you personally. I took an arrow to the thigh in my previous battle, and am unable to walk under my own power currently. Hearing these words, Lionel felt even worse about his previous thoughts. History did speak about Joan being injured on multiple occasions. The fact she came out to greet them, and even swung up to sit on her horse in such a state made her more than worthy of praise. It only made it more difficult now that he remembered that in this year, she was actually his age. She had recaptured Orleans at just 17 years old. By now she was like 18. We take no offense, Lady Joan. Please excuse my companion, she cannot speak. We've humbly come to be your aid. Cannot speak French? And please do not call me a lady, I am no noble. Joan giggled a light airy laughter. Am certain that you are in the eyes of many, Lionel said with a smile. My companion has been a mute since her birth. Our family believes that this may have been the price to pay in exchange for our abilities. Lionel spoke of the story he and Aina had decided upon. Of course he embellished a bit, adding a hint of superstition common in this era. Of course, this story assumes that he and Aina are brother and sister. In truth, on the surface, this isn't so easy to accept. Lionel had too many Hispanic features, while Aina herself was more Northern European. However, Lionel knew that in such a situation, over-explaining would be more eyebrow-raising. People tended to fill in the blanks themselves. As expected, Joan paused for a moment, but seeing that Lionel didn't intend to explain, she accepted it in stride. I see. I hope there comes a day when your sister recovers then. I am very interested by these abilities of yours though. Can you tell me more? Even we do not know much. Lionel was sure to answer without holding any hesitation in his voice. He wanted to appear as though he trusted Joan completely, and had no reservations about telling her everything. We only know that we are stronger, faster and quicker than others by a large margin. We can only call it an act of God. When we heard of your exploits, we felt that you were no better person to sympathize with us. Lionel felt that Joan's gaze softened slightly and her smile became more genuine. Like this, Lionel and Joan were ushered into Chateau Royal de Blois. Or rather, they were led to a holding in the outer castle. Castles were functionally cities within walls. They were separated into several layers, of which had their own walls for protection, usually offset so it was more difficult to charge through their gates in one go. It was actually already a privilege for Lionel and Aina to come this far. But it also seemed that they had to earn their keep very quickly, because not even a day later, a march toward Patay was announced. So it began. According to history, this will be Joan's final major victory. After this, King Charles will be crowned. She'll then fail to recapture Paris, before finally being captured in her battle for Compiègne. You say there are two more like you, Joan? Yes, my king. Because of them, we can move our battle for Patay up. According to General Frank, they all but annihilated an army of 20,000 strong by themselves, forcing them into a retreat. The brother in particular fought alone for half a day. Joan knelt before a throne with one arm across her chest, and another tightly holding onto a wooden crutch. Despite the fact Charles VII had yet to be officially crowned, she still called him king. Joan, have I not said you do not need to kneel before me when it is just the two of us? I've also said to call me Charles on such occasions. If Lionel was here, he would likely once more be shocked. According to history, it was Charles who refused to give the order to save Joan when she was captured, leading to her execution. But the Charles of right now seemed to be almost fawning over the kneeling beauty. He was completely unlike the ungrateful king who abandoned her after getting what he wanted. Chapter 37. After the first failure to recapture Paris, the history books wrote that Joan was insistent on trying again, while Charles was adverse to the idea after securing his throne. He felt that she had become too difficult to deal with, and as such made no attempt to take her back from the English. My king, we must maintain proper boundaries. You are my liege, and I am your humble servant. God has sent me to be your protector, your guardian. It is impossible for me to be your wife. God will not allow it, nor would the nobles. Whether or not God would allow it, Charles didn't know. But he was certain that she was correct about the latter portion of her words. They would turn a blind eye to him taking her as a mistress, but a queen? France would burn before they allowed a commoner to hold such standing. It simply didn't matter how much Joan had accomplished for them. Charles' jaw set for a moment before he sighed. Take however many knights you need. I'll be awaiting word of your victory. Joan gingerly stood and bowed once more, sweeping a glance toward a dark corridor to the back left of the throne, and leaving without another word. The moment she left, a shadow stepped out from the corridor, making its way to the throne's side. Did I not tell you that when in meeting with her you aren't to be in the vicinity? What exactly do you mean by so flagrantly ignoring my commands, Pierre? Forgive me, my liege. But it is impossible for me to leave you with such a dangerous person. Punish me if you must. I'm well aware of what you're doing. Leave. Do this again, and I will have you executed. My king, forgive me for saying so, but you cannot take this woman as your wife. You may think that this matter is only about her lineage, but this is not so. If she became your wife, would you allow her to go to the battlefield? If she carried your seed, would you allow her to charge toward the men of England? You are destined to be a king of legend. You must make decisions for the betterment of France. And would having a child that carries her blood and strength not be more beneficial than anything else? What if every king of France from now on wields her power? Would we not build an empire greater than Rome? Spare me. My king, you yourself already know that you've been blinded. Neither of Joan of Arc's parents had this strength. Neither did her grandparents. It's impossible to say that this is hereditary. If my liege wants to take her as a bedmate, I will have nothing to say. If you'd also like to sire a bastard to test your theory, I will equally have nothing to say. But having thoughts of love, emotion and sharing a life with this woman is simply impossible, my liege. Charles stayed silent for a long while, saying nothing. Finally, he opened his mouth to speak again. Leave me. Pierre bowed and obliged, slinking back into the shadows. He walked along the corridor, his expression cold and dark. He looked like a man made of darkness, his robes a deep black, his nose having an exaggerated arch, and his chin being incredibly narrow. After a moment he really did disappear into the shadows. It wasn't an illusion or a feeling, but the objective reality. His body sunk into the ground, vanishing. When he reappeared, he was in a room dimly lit with candles dripping of wax. 3 men lay sleeping upon slabs of rock. Upon his appearance, they stirred, almost mechanically sitting up. The Battle of Patay is a must-have victory for His Majesty. Go. Yes. The 3 men inexplicably slipped into the shadows as well. Pierre slowly walked across the room after they vanished, appearing by an altar with a closed black book. He stroked the cover almost affectionately, but also somehow simultaneously felt afraid to open up its pages. The bishop will lead us to glory. Our names will go down in history. A dark glow emitted from the book. Joan expressionlessly walked, leaning heavily on her crutch through the corridors of the main stronghold. Her face would sometimes flicker into a smile when she passed by someone, but the smile would just as quickly fade once she had passed. It took over a long, but she eventually made it back to the outer walls to find the very same 10 knights who had followed her out to greet Lionel and Aina. Get ready. she said plainly. This will be an important battle. Her smile was strikingly missing. Looking at her like this almost gave one a severe case of cognitive dissonance. Did those bastards make you angry again, sister? The knight who spoke got a sword hilt to the back of his head, causing him to cry out in pain. Is it time yet, sister? No. The time isn't ripe. Must we really continue to win battles for them? God has a plan, Michael. Believe in the bishop. When this is all over, our names will ring throughout history. We will be the ones who bring this forsaken earth closer to God. Joan grabbed her flag. A golden glow emitted from its pole, radiating out like rays of sunshine. She used her one good leg to pull herself onto her white steed, sitting tall with her smile once more back on her face. Chapter 38. Jean. Joan's delicate cry reached her knight's ears. Without needing more words, one of the 10 knights by Joan's side charged out from the group, taking with him a group of at least 50 cavalry. Lionel's gaze shifted to the flagpole in Joan's hands, but his face remained expressionless. He was certain that it was invisible to others, but he had very clearly seen a line of force leave Joan and enter Jean's body. In that instant, though it was difficult to get a read on Jean's stats since he was riding his horse, at the very least, his steed itself had a 10% increase in all of its physical stats. The army was riding through plains currently, but there was a forest up ahead. Seemingly realizing that something was wrong, Joan sent a squad of 50 as the vanguard. So that's Jean Poton, Lionel thought to himself, running alongside the horses with Aina by his side. Quite frankly, he wanted to ride a horse as well, but he simply didn't think he had the time to learn, so he hadn't even tried. According to history, Jean's action routed the English's sneak attack attempt and put them on their back foot. Because most of the hidden English forces were longbowmen, the losses were devastating and completely tilted the battle in their favor. This battle ended completely without a siege. But that is definitely not like history. Lionel's sharp senses caught wind of something odd hidden within the shadows of the vanguard cavalry. He had never seen something like it before, but it was more than enough to raise his alertness. As for Joan, she either hadn't noticed, or pretended not to. Lionel found it too difficult to read her. In stride, Lionel pulled his otlotl from his hip, fixing a dart to it, and sending a line of silver piercing through the air. He was quite aware of the kind of discipline an army needed, and was even more aware of how frowned upon it was to act without the words of your commander. But Lionel was playing his role as a commoner. How would a commoner be aware of such things? His dart zipped through the air, causing a sharp intake of breath by the men still charging with him. The reason was that his throw was not only far too fast, but it went straight through the squadron of 50 as though without a care for their lives. Lionel wasn't focused on the reactions of fellow soldiers, though. His eyes were entirely focused on the white feathered dart. It soared through the air, narrowly missing several vanguard knights. Just before it left the group, it just passed over a slowly appearing shadow. As though startled, the shadow quickly ducked back into the ground, appearing as though nothing had changed. But Lionel's dart continued to fly, entering the forest of trees and leading to the pained cry of a hidden archer. As the leather-armored Englishman fell from the tree, several incredulous gazes made their way toward Lionel before a morale-infused roar washed over the Frenchman. Joan swept a glance toward Lionel from her white horse, but she received an innocent grin and a thumbs up in return. He looked no different from a kid happy to be of help for the first time. With that, any thought of reprimanding him she held vanished. The vanguard unit swept into the forest. It went without say that not every archer could hide away at the top of a tree. If this forest was so thick, it would never be on the route of their destination. Most of them tried to hide off the side of the path, waiting to rain down arrows after they passed through. But what they hadn't expected was such a prepared response. By the time Lionel's unit swarmed the forest, the English were in chaos. He swung his spear from his back, feeling a familiar burning in his blood. Aina trailed closely to his back. This sort of environment definitely wasn't the best for her battle style. That wasn't to say she couldn't fight. In fact, she could go through these trees like butter. The issue was how the other soldiers would deal with the trees falling in her wake. Taking this into consideration, she didn't act. Lionel didn't go out of his way to find and kill Englishmen. He took advantage of the complete disarray the battlefield was in to cut a straight line toward Jean's squad. Back when he threw that dart, those shadows had definitely peeked out of the ground several feet. Yet, no one but him seemed to notice. It made sense if a few didn't notice, or maybe even the majority, but not even a single person reacted. That only meant one thing. Others couldn't see them. It must be the state they were in. In order to enter that shadow-like form, they're essentially becoming an amalgamation of force. But normal humans can't perceive force. And force wielders with weak senses can't see it either. Since the brain can't interpret what's right in front of it, the force becomes a blind spot. There was something that confused Lionel even more though. Those shadows clearly hadn't had any malicious intent. In fact, that shadow in particular hadn't been targeting the knight, but rather the bowman hiding in the tree. Is that Joan's ability? Lionel and Aina flashed through the thin forest like two wisps of smoke. Their speed was faster than that of horses to begin with, so catching up with Jean's group hadn't been anything difficult. As expected, lying in wait on the opposite side of the ambush and outside the forest, there was another group of Englishmen waiting. But the disorderly, sorry-looking Frenchman they were waiting for never appeared. Instead, Jean had perfectly formed up his squadron. Raising his pike and roaring, he charged, a bright golden glow surrounding his power. In the name of God. For France. The front line of the Englishmen was blasted apart by a force field-like force. Their foremen were thrown from their stances, suffering severe broken bone before the battle even truly began. Reality didn't deviate from history. In fact, with Lionel and Aina tacked on, the result was even more devastating. The Battle of Patay this time around wasn't just a resounding victory, it was a trouncing. And, also just like history, the following weeks continued the trend. The French army, under the leadership of Joan, swept through north-central France, leading a line of victories right to the gates of Reims where Charles VII would be crowned. In that time, Lionel and Aina became no less famous than any one of Joan's knights. Though they didn't wear the armor, nor have the steeds, their results were undeniable. Joan didn't even attempt to rein them in, allowing them to act freely within the armies as they saw fit. Barely over a month, several territories around Paris had fallen, and the threat of the Burgundians, traitor French of the last generation, fell along with the English. In just a few more days, Charles would be officially crowned in Reims, the very place the near fall of their nation started. Chapter 39. Bonus chapter for 200 Power Stones. Next bonus chapter at 300. Lionel collapsed on a bed stuffed with hay. The last month had really been far too tiring. And to make it worse, for fear of exposing himself to Joan as a person who knew much more than he should, he hadn't practiced dimensional cleanse at all either. This was on top of the fact that he hadn't eaten his fill even once in these past few days. That said, Lionel Morales, strength, 0, 95 speed, 0, 91 plus 0, 1, agility, 0, 99 plus 0, 1 partially nullified, coordination 105 stamina, 0, 99 to 1, 10 plus 005 nullified, reactions 105, spirit, 0, 34 020. Due to the fact Lionel was running obscene distances almost every day, the residual medicinal properties of his dad's smoothies began to eke out more and more, causing his strength, speed, agility and stamina to take leaps forward. But this wasn't Lionel's greatest discovery, since running from battlefield to battlefield was so monotonous. And there wasn't exactly great entertainment when they did rest. Lionel spent much of his time calculating the perfect positions for his next 8 force nodes. He came to realize over time that the more he used his ability, the stronger it seemed to become. In fact, the bump in his coordination and reactions was precisely due to this indirect increase. On top of this, due to this improvement, he found it hard to pin down his stamina with any sort of accuracy anymore, so he left it as a range. Because of his calculative mind, Lionel had the ability to make the movements of his body incredibly efficient. It was for this reason his ability impacted his coordination, and likewise his reactions. However, for the same reasons, it could also improve his stamina, but it varied depending on how much of his calculative abilities he focused on making his movements waste less energy. By now, Lionel was completely certain of the positions of his next 7 force nodes. He was only having a bit of trouble pinpointing where the last should be. "Are you two free?" The sudden words from a familiar voice at the entrance of his and Aina's tent caused Lionel to quickly sit up, sending a glance toward Aina, who was lying with her back facing to him. She happened to look toward him at the same time. The two hadn't exchanged many words since that day in the carriage. Lionel didn't exactly know how to feel about that. But what he did know was that he could trust her. "Yes, Michael? Did the scouts find something?" Michael lifted the curtain of their tent, poking his head in with a smile. "Nothing like that. Sister just wants to see you too. I'm not sure why, so don't bury the messenger in questions." "Oh." Lionel perked up, playing the role of excited fanboy he always had. "Right away then." Michael grinned. He had always liked Lionel's attitude. Much of the army found his naivete to be refreshing. Lionel had always been quite used to being well-liked through multiple social circles, so making new friends like this wasn't very difficult. He and Aina rose from their makeshift beds, following quickly after Michael. The army was housed in encampments on the outside of Reims, but the king who had traveled from Orleans here, and important officials were on the inside of the city. Lionel was surprised to find that Michael actually led the two of them into Reims itself. "I guess it makes sense that she would stay inside the city." Charles couldn't allow the primary reason he regained this territory to muddle around with normal soldiers. Lionel didn't think much of it, and was eventually brought to a mansion. The specifics about it he was uncertain of. Was she just lounging here? Was it rewarded to her? He didn't know. He could recall the main details of the timeline, but such small matters were long since forgotten by him. Michael left without a word, leaving Lionel and Aina to walk into an office area by themselves to find Joan turning around to greet them with a smile on her face. "Lionel, Aina, it's good to have you here. Have you been treated well?" Aina had learned to read and react to Lionel given certain clues. It was fine if she was a mute, but not understanding the language would be too suspicious. So when Lionel nodded, her quick reaction time set in, and she too nodded. That's good, that's good." Joan hesitated for a moment, causing Lionel's heartbeat to immediately slow. Well, it wasn't that his heart really did do this, but rather that he had subconsciously sharpened his reactions, causing even what was fast to be perceived far easier to him. "I have indeed called you two here for a very important reason." She took a deep breath and sighed. "I've been lying to the two of you for a very long time. For that, I apologize. I know more about our God-given abilities than I've told you. If you're willing to forgive me, I can take the two of you to meet the bishop." "The archbishop?" Lionel's eyes lit up like a child, as though already forgiving Joan. "We get to meet him." Joan was stunned for a moment before smiling sweetly. Yes, the archbishop. Lionel's supposed ignorance played through well. However, his mind was spinning. The importance of religious figures in this era couldn't be understated. The difference between a bishop and an archbishop was massive. Joan would never make such a mistake. That meant she meant to call out the title bishop. But who was this bishop that she was willing to allow Lionel to mistake for the archbishop? Was it a deliberate act of blasphemy? Or was she trying to spare his feelings by not calling out his ignorance? "The archbishop is our true God-sent messenger. He is the one who leads my path and told me of my destiny. While he is in Reims prepared to crown our liege, I can take the two of you to meet with him. I thought I was alone in this world until I met the two of you. If you join our cause, then the bright future we hope for will be in a hand's grasp. Our names will resound through history." She seems sincere. She really believes that she was the only one. So the shadows really must be her ability. That makes sense after all. They did nothing but help the entire way. Lionel excitedly nodded. Of course, of course. Good, then follow me. I will take you there." Joan smiled and turned toward a bookshelf. As though straight out of a fantasy novel, she pulled on one of the spines and caused a doorway to open. These paths were tunneled under the city, so that important religious figures and royals can escape in case of a siege. It'll be easier to take them than winding through the city for hours. Joan casually explained. Wow. I didn't know something like this was possible. The Archbishop really must be God's messenger. Joan smiled and led the way, completely missing Lionel's disappointed gaze as the bookshelf clicked closed behind them. He had said it himself before. Sometimes over-explaining revealed much more about the truth you wanted to hide. However, somewhat incredulously, he was certain that Joan meant them no harm. If she really believed she wasn't harming them, then who was this bishop? Where was she leading them? And which entity could create such a large network of underground tunnels in this era? Chapter 40. She's gone in a circle 6 times already. She really takes me for a fool. Lionel gazed toward Joan's slender back. In reality, maybe it wasn't Joan's fault. Lionel's calculative abilities were too sharp, and he hadn't revealed anything about his true powers just yet. However, where she was at fault was in the fact that though Lionel portrayed himself as innocent and somewhat ignorant, he never pretended to be stupid. This Joan was looking down on him too much. Lionel was certain that he would see something wrong with her actions even without his abilities. The tug-of-war in Lionel's mind raged on. On the one hand, he truly couldn't bring himself to see her as an enemy, but another side of him was constantly hiding the most important aspects of himself, as though instinctually. Lionel felt that his ability was somewhat tempering his more emotional side, and he decided that he didn't particularly dislike that fact. But he still needed to make a decision. Should he continue to follow Joan? Or should he steel himself and kill her here? Without Joan, completing the hidden quest would be next to impossible. The morale of the Frenchman was almost entirely reliant on her, and Charles wasn't eager to attack Paris to begin with. However, a hidden quest was ultimately a hidden quest. They could leave this place without completing it. Though Lionel wasn't exactly sure of the ramifications for doing so, it had to be said that though this was structured like a game, Lionel was keenly aware that it wasn't. The side, main and hidden quests all had their own purpose. Their ultimate task was to deal with the anomaly in the timeline, and save the present from being eaten away by it. How important completing the hidden quest was to that end, Lionel didn't know. He could only make decisions based on the information he had. And according to Aina, this subdimensional zone might very well be a unique zone. In such a case, with so many potential variables, the quicker they could get out, the better. Lionel's jaw set. This was probably the first real test his new morals faced. Was his conscience really fine with taking on this burden? Was he really okay with taking the life of a woman he had dined with, shared life and death with, exchanged laughs with? No. I'm not okay with it. Lionel made a decision. The relationship he had built with her, shallow as it might be, warranted Lionel following to the end of this path. If danger lied at the end, Joan would be his enemy. It was as simple as that. It was a naive decision, a foolish one even. The smartest thing to do was to take out the spear he had used Aina's special pockets to help hide and stab her heart through her back at this very instance. If he did this, he and Aina's lives would be guaranteed. Whether they succeeded or failed in recapturing Paris, they would be able to leave this place. But he didn't. We're here. Joan stopped at a shorter than normal latched wooden door. It had almost been impossible to see in the shadows. One might easily miss it if wandering around randomly, almost like how hidden Joan's smile was in this darkness. Lionel could only barely make out the whites of her teeth and the blues of her eyes even with his sharp senses. I cannot follow you in the B. Archbishop has very strict rules. Even I am not allowed to see him freely. Take hold of this opportunity well. It could change your life. Joan didn't wait after unlatching the door for Lionel and Aina, bowing slightly to them almost out of an odd habit that didn't seem to fit the situation. Then, sidestepping to go around them, she aimed to leave. I hope I'm wrong. Lionel's words were spoken in a striking English. The change was so jarring that Joan froze. She had only just brought her shoulders level with Lionel's, but she didn't dare to turn and face him despite the fact his cheek was barely a meter from her own. That tone. It held a level of command and conviction to it that Joan couldn't overlap with the Lionel she had come to know. In her opinion, Lionel was almost perfect in every aspect. His abilities, his loving and caring demeanor, he was even handsome. His only flaw was that he was a bit simple, To put it nicely, to say it plainly, she liked him far more than she liked Charles. However, the moment his words entered her ears, despite the fact she couldn't understand what they meant, she felt a sense of loss she couldn't explain. For a long while, she wasn't even certain if she had simply misheard or imagined it all. By the time the beating of her heart had stopped, the latched wooden door had opened and closed. Lionel and Anna appeared in what seemed like a stone-built underground sewer system. There were many semicircular arches along the sides, branching out into several other tunnels with winding paths of their own. But there was a distinct lack of the horrid smell or dampness one would expect. In fact, it was oddly spotless. If the branching archways were ignored, the corridor was at least 20 meters wide. About 200 meters ahead, there was a dead end. Its wall seemed impossibly high, the kind of structure that had no business being underground. But there it was. Still, even with this being the case, there was something else that pulled Lionel's attention away. It was a simple wooden desk. It had 3 drawers attached to its 2 legs on the right side, and 2 bare legs on the left. It wasn't even 2 meters across and had nothing but a single candle lighting its entire surface. Before this desk, a gray-haired old man wearing worn gray robes sat, his back to them, curving as though he was too worn to sit straight. "So you've come. Tell me, I've always been curious. What is the world like 1,000 years from now?" Chapter 41. Lionel's pupils constricted. To his side, Anna tensed up. It was only then he registered that this person had spoken in English. "Who are you?" "Me," the old man replied. "I'm a nobody. Just a curious old man. I guess it's not very polite to ask a question without answering one first, so do you mind answering mine now?" Lionel's gaze narrowed. Something was wrong with this place. He didn't quite understand it, but force was far more dense here than it should be. In the 1400s, the amount of fourth-dimensional force should have been minuscule. But this wasn't even close to the most important point. Who was this person and how the hell did he know his and Anna's true identity? The old man sighed. "There's no need to be so tense. Us 3 will be here together for a long time. Isn't it best if we get to know each other? I spent all that effort learning that ugly English they call it. I'd like for it to not be useless, if possible." The gray-robed old man slowly stood, pushing a chair that seemed it might collapse at any moment back and grabbing a bulbous wooden cane head. When he turned to face them, his slumped back straightened with a crack. It was like his formerly frail appearance was just an act. Such a simple action caused the air around him to speed up before settling back down. The lower half of his face was covered in a gray mustache and beard that swept over his collarbone. However, his upper half wasn't as wrinkled as one might expect. It seemed that if he took the effort to shave, he would look no different from a normal 40-year-old man. Even Lionel's own father only seemed to be a bit younger than that. "I guess we got off on the wrong foot. I believe my name is pronounced Nicholas in your English. I can't say I hate this tone of address, though. I prefer the original Nicholas. I'm sure you've heard of me." Lionel inwardly cocked an eyebrow, though he remained deadpan. There probably were famous Nicholas in history, but Lionel would be lying if he said he knew who this person was. Was he supposed to know? Nicholas stretched his limbs. It seemed the cane he held in his hand was just for show. "You want to keep us here?" "Of course. I can't have you ruining my plans." "Your plans? I might decide to tell you after you can no longer interfere. Won't be long." "I'd say." Nicholas stared at blank space for a while. "About a month. Probably 2 just to be safe." Lionel frowned. He didn't understand. What could possibly be done in 2 months? It would probably take at least that long before Charles was officially crowned. But so what? According to the true timeline, that was meant to happen. Wait, maybe he was thinking about this all wrong. According to history, Paris wasn't captured either. But it was their hidden quest to reverse that course. In fact, they would be greatly rewarded for it. So maybe the measure they should be measuring their success against is how much they did change as opposed to how much they kept the same? Lionel's brain spun. He couldn't grapple with the conclusion he needed. Was it really Charles' coronation this Nicholas wanted to ensure? Just as Lionel's ability was working in overdrive, a subtle shadow appeared by Nicholas' side. However, no matter how subtle it was, Lionel was too alert at this point to miss it. His senses latched onto it instantaneously. Huh. Isn't that Joan's ability? Ah, Pierre. You shouldn't be here. If you're gone for too long it could be a problem. Nicholas said casually. These invaders are a danger to you, sire. I cannot leave them to you alone. There was another of them? So it wasn't Joan's ability at all, but rather someone else this whole time. Lionel sent a gaze toward Aina. She seemed to look this calm all the time now. He hadn't seen her shy expression for a while. But once again, it seemed that his one-sided decisions had put them in danger again. Nicholas sighed. You're always too overzealous, Pierre. Sire, by the hand of God gave me strength. I am simply doing what I can to return what should be returned. Suddenly, something clicked for Lionel. The weird concentration of force. The month timeline he set. His words to this Pierre. Lionel's eyes widened. Aina, my spear. Aina reacted quickly, pulling an impossibly long spear from an impossibly small pocket. Even as she threw it to Lionel in a swift motion, she pulled out two smaller battle axes. Her main axe couldn't fit, however, in order to pretend as though they hadn't taken their weapons with them. She had had no choice but to leave it behind. Nicholas frowned. How unexpected. Lionel finally understood what was happening. A year from now is when Joan's fabulous reign would finally come to close. This concentration of force was no different from the concentration of the future Earths. Then, Nicholas warned Pierre that he couldn't come here or else he might be gone for too long. Lionel was certain. This place no longer had a 10-to-1 time dilation, and a month was exactly what would need to pass in order for a year to go by outside. And he was sure that if he turned around now to attempt to open the wooden door, he might not even find it, let alone open it. Did this make Joan an ally? No. Lionel had already settled his heart into killing her. This might confuse others. A month was about the time it would take a year to pass in the world outside that latched wooden door. And a year would be what it took for Joan to be captured by the English and then executed. So why was Lionel in such a hurry? If he planned to kill her anyway, why was he in such a rush? It was because Lionel had realized something. What mattered in these zone quests wasn't the end results, but rather the process. Why were there side quests to kill such and such number of enemies? Why was the main quest to kill a woman who had already been killed later anyway? Why was the hidden quest to recapture a city France would eventually recapture in the future? Everyone knew that Paris had been a part of France up until the 21st century, so obviously they had taken it back at some point. It was then it all clicked for Lionel. It wasn't just what they did that mattered, but when they did it as well. These subdimensional zones were ticking time bombs. Don't hold anything back. Lionel said with a fierce light in his eyes. Go all out. Lionel flashed forward, taking control of the vanguard with Aina holding her twin axes to his back. All he had on his mind was taking them down, and escaping this place before Joan could leave to lay siege to Paris for the first time. Whatever it was that happened during that first siege which ended in her first failure, had set in motion a history that was detrimental to their future. The hidden quest wasn't just a completion addict's dream. Just like Lionel thought, this wasn't a game. Everything had a purpose. The hidden quest was a clue. Chapter 42. Lionel's decisiveness caught Pierre and Nicholas off guard. They had been observing Lionel for a long time, and had never expected that he had this side to him. Their surprise informed Lionel of another important point. It was impossible for them to know of the mission requirements. If they knew that he was tasked with killing Joan, they would also know that much of the front he put on was an act. Taking it even further, they wouldn't have let her lead him and Aina here alone either. Thinking to this point, this whole situation made much more sense. They didn't know what they were trying to stop him from doing, so their best response was to lock them away to avoid any unwanted variables. But that begged another question. Why had they waited for so long? By the power of God, I beseech you, energies of the world. Rage of wind. Unfortunately, there was no more time to think. I'll handle the shadow. Aina's voice drifted to Lionel's ears. With a nod, the two hit another gear. Lionel had already seen through the stats of Pierre, and was more than confident in her ability to handle him. As for Nicholas, he was more difficult to manage as all spirit-based entities were. But the current Lionel was nothing like the Lionel of the past. Before, he had struggled with the C-grade Mayan priest more than even a B-grade invalid. But now? Streaks of pressurized wind shot through the air. Lionel realized that this ability was nearly identical to that of the Mayan priest. It was a reality that brought his antennas up. However, there was still a difference between this time and last. Whereas before he could only faintly sense them, now, he could very clearly see them streaking through the air. And with all of the mystery gone, they even looked crude and uncontrolled. They were fast but not uniform in width. Their shape was similar to an earthworm with irregularly sized segments. If Nicholas had better force control, this 90 points of agility his attack had would easily be over 100. Lionel's head ducked to one side, slipped by one worm-like wind projectile, sliding past another, and leaping over the last. His movements were fluid and confident, his gaze filled with a calm stillness to them. The Lionel of today was already a far cry from the teenage boy who first stepped into the Mayan temple. Though he had been surprised, Nicholas was still greatly confident in his God-given ability. However, he had never expected Lionel to deal with them so calmly and so easily. It was to the point where Lionel didn't even consider using his Otlotl. He truly didn't feel like he needed it. By the power of God, I beseech you, energies of the world, shield me. So it was a one-way facing shield? In that case, Lionel closed the rest of the distance to Pierre and Nicholas in less than 20 seconds, his gaze flashing with a dazzling light that made his pale green eyes gain a life to them they didn't usually have. Lionel's speed exploded as force surged through his body. Lionel Morales, strength 0, 99, speed 0, 99 plus 0, 1 nullified, agility 0, 99 plus 0, 1 nullified, coordination 115, stamina 110 to 1, 20 plus 0, 05 nullified, reactions 115, spirit 040, force 020. Lionel's sudden burst caught the two opposing him completely off guard, allowing him to slip between them and to Nicholas back in a swift sliding motion. At that moment, Aina, in perfect trailing position, followed up with two swings of her dual-wielded axes, cutting off Pierre's path toward supporting Nicholas. Her teamwork with Lionel was seamless. Without even communicating, she was able to take cues from Lionel's dodging to deal with Nicholas' attacks just as easily as he did. Lionel set his feet, his arm flexing as he pulled his spear back tightly against his body. He pierced forward with enough momentum that his attack caused a sharp whistling noise to sound as his blade cut through the air. Nicholas' back was completely exposed. There simply wasn't enough time for him to react. The attack was flawless, controlled, and perfectly aimed toward his heart. Clang, a strong reverberating impact shook Lionel's arm as Nicholas was sent flying into his own energy shield. Violent coughs racked his lungs as the wind was knocked out of him. The painful groans of his body slamming against his own shield made Lionel certain that he had broken at least his nose, if not something far more substantive. The Lord will protect me from all harm. By the power of God, I beseech you, energies of the W. Lionel hardly reacted to his failed attack. He had conditioned himself long ago to be prepared for setbacks. It was impossible to predict everything that would happen on a battlefield. Those who ended up on top were those who could read and react to anything. And unfortunately for Nicholas, he didn't seem to be one of these people. There was another thing that seemed to be identical between Nicholas, the so-called bishop, and the Mayan priest. They both chanted before using their force. The only difference between then and now was that Lionel could actually understand what was being said and didn't tune it out. Call of the wind. This chanting might have been part of their fanaticism, or maybe it had a purpose that Lionel couldn't see through, but regardless of the reason, it made timing the next attack far too easy, and countering, even easier. A glow coated Lionel's spear as he pierced forward once more. Before Nicholas could even finish his next words, a sharp wind traveled across the distance between them, leaving a bloody hole in his forehead. As he fell to the ground, Lionel understood that Nicholas only placed him on his radar after he met Joan. Lionel had displayed this very attack on the way to Orleans. Yet Nicholas had clearly been completely unprepared for it, confident to the very end. Even Lionel couldn't have guessed that things would end so easily. When he turned around to check how Aina was doing, there was no chance to see Pierre's shock, because he had already fallen, hacked to pieces by the savage red glow of Aina's axes. Lionel sent a gaze back toward where the two of them had come from, only to be disappointed that the wooden door didn't reappear. He took a deep breath. The first task was done, but he had a feeling that leaving this place wouldn't be so simple. If they failed to find a way out through these maze of tunnels, they would be stuck in this zone until the last of their days. You should take a look at this, Aina suddenly said. Aina threw over a black book she took from Pierre's body. Chapter 43. Lionel, who had still been thinking about the best method to get out of here, blinked and looked over toward Aina. He caught the hefty black book in the air, surprised by its weight. Just what could make a seemingly normal leather-bound book so heavy? I can't understand what's written in it, Aina said. But I do feel a sense of familiarity from the diagrams. They feel like force art. Lionel's brow raised. Force art? Are those different from force techniques? Force art are a type of force technique, so not really, Aina explained lightly. Seeing that she didn't seem to be in a mood to talk, Lionel didn't ask more questions despite having them. He just made the assumption that what separated these arts from normal techniques were these diagrams Aina mentioned. Lionel had seen diagrams in Dimensional Cleanse, but they were of the human body, nothing like the diagrams Aina was speaking of now. Aina struggled a bit seeing that Lionel was having trouble getting anything out of what she was saying, so she couldn't help but say a bit more. Force techniques are split into internal and external. Your Call of the Wind is an internal technique. Force arts are external techniques. The difference is that one originates from the body before it can be projected out, while the latter can be formed outside of the body. Force arts are rarer and more difficult to learn and control. I don't know why something like them would appear here. It doesn't make sense. Lionel couldn't help but smile when Aina continued to explain unprompted. He could tell that she wanted to keep her distance from him, so he hadn't pressed her in the last several weeks. But he had learned that Aina was incredibly soft-hearted, a side of her he was quite fond of. She would often get that very same guilty look on her face whenever she felt she was being too harsh with him. So he didn't mind shamelessly taking advantage. I see, Lionel mumbled. I would have thought that Call of the Wind was an external technique due to its original nature, but I guess this is a case of instincts being incorrect. Though Lionel felt he would need some time to wrap his mind around this, he knew that this wasn't the time for this. There were far more pressing questions, even aside from how they would get out of this place. Namely, just who were these people? Not only did they know that he and Aina were from their future, but they also had access to arts which even Aina spoke of as a rarity. The formerly ignorant, well, more ignorant, version of Lionel would think this was incredulous. However, the current him, who was now aware that the future could apparently change matters of the past, was much more interested in just what was going on here. Could it be that Earth's metamorphosis had changed history so drastically? Was it maybe instead that history was always this way? After all, even the Mayan priest had a force weapon that he had no business having. Or, was there maybe some other unknown reason Lionel didn't have enough information to reach? All Lionel knew was that this was big. Bigger than maybe his current self had any right to even think about, let alone deal with. Frowning, Lionel finally opened the front cover of the black book. Every second here counted, and if he was correct, it actually counted for 10 times what it should. There was no time to waste, or else they would fail this quest and be stuck here until their deaths. Shadow manifestation. So it wasn't an ability but a technique he was using? The more Lionel read, the deeper his frown became. This technique, or rather this art, was gruesome. It required etching the art into one's skin with deep gashes to the bone. Pierre was most definitely a fanatic for putting himself through this. However, this also explained something else to Lionel. It was no wonder he had seen multiple shadow figures. Each of them probably had an art etched onto their bodies, giving them this ability. Lionel described what he found out to Aina, causing her to frown. At first, Lionel thought she was just grossed out by the methods, but when she spoke again, he realized that this wasn't the case at all. "Something's wrong," she said faintly. "From what you describe, this Pierre should have been much weaker. But his abilities were far more wide-ranging than what that book describes. Though Aina still defeated him easily, that said more about her abilities than it did about Pierre's. At the very least, she gave him more credit than the book did. Could it be that he maybe had more than one art and he stacked them?" Aina frowned for a moment before shaking her head. "I don't think that's possible. All of his abilities seem to fall under the same umbrella, and were all related to the shadows. In addition, external arts that fall under the body art category like this are still limited by the physical fitness of the person in question. With this person's level of constitution, it should be impossible for him to handle more than one etching without imploding." Lionel raised an eyebrow. What exactly was Aina getting at? Where does the book say it's best to do the etching? Well, it says that the best place is directly onto the heart, but that's next to impossible. Its secondary suggestion was to compensate for lack of quality with size and draw as large of an etching as possible. So, the back. "Can you?" Aina blushed slightly. Lionel understood her instantly and went over to Pierre's corpse. Holding down his feelings of discomfort, he flipped the latter onto his back and ripped his robes apart. He believed that Aina most definitely had a good reason for asking him to do this. But he was stunned to find that there wasn't a single scar on Pierre's back. In fact, it was so pale that one could even see greenish-blue veins pumping with the last of his life force. Lionel tilted his head in confusion. Maybe he couldn't handle drawing such a large art, so he drew on a lesser body part? He thought to himself. "It's as I thought." Aina's voice interrupted his words to himself. Someone studied Pierre's awakened ability and converted it into a force art, allowing it to be passed down in part to others. Hearing these words, Lionel was left speechless. Chapter 44. Bonus chapter for reaching 100 Power Stones. Next at 200. Something like that is possible? No. It should be completely impossible. I can't fathom what level of intellect it would take to do something like this. It's even more impressive that this person managed to keep the final product simple enough that it could be used. If even you say it's impossible, then how are you so sure? How did you even guess at all? I'm very sensitive to things related to bodies' abilities. Even if they manifest with the same or similar result, very rarely have the same process. I might have superior physical strength, but the reason that I do is because my true ability is related to an innate sense I have for what the body needs and what changes it has undergone. It's a bit difficult to explain in a few words, but it's ultimately the reason I was slotted in as a 5-star health professional. Lionel's brows raised. This was the first time he had heard of Aina's profession. When it came to the gene assessment and its results, the more general the title you were given, the more talented you were. To be named as a health professional, this was about as general as titles came, while quarterback, in Lionel's case, was about as specific as you could get. Simply put, anyone who birthed a child like Aina was basically guaranteed to rise up in the world no matter what their original standing was. That said, considering the wristwatch on Lionel's arm had informed him that it understood less than 5% of his DNA, how accurate could his own assessment have possibly been then? Thanks to my ability, I subconsciously know the best way to train my body. It's because of that that my physical stats are so high. The limitation of my ability, though, is that it doesn't seem to carry over into force. Though there was nothing special about Aina's words, and even despite the life or death situation they were currently in, Lionel couldn't help but smile. He just liked learning more about her, and liked it even more when it was her speaking to him about it. "What are you smiling about?" Lionel coughed lightly. "Nothing. Nothing at all." Aina quirked her head in confusion, but gave up on finding a real answer from Lionel. "What should we do?" Aina asked. Lionel took a deep breath. "I can sense that if we blindly try to leave through these tunnels, we'll only fail miserably. I feel that we're stuck in a cage right now and the power backing this cage won't fade for a long while. But staying here for just a week would allow more than 2 months to pass in the outside world. By then, it might already be too late. Lionel sighed. I'm sorry, this is my fault. I should know better by now. If I don't change, don't. Lionel's words were abruptly cut off by Aina. He couldn't help but look toward her with shock hardly concealed in his eyes. Just don't say that. Aina's voice became soft. Let's focus on how to leave this place instead, okay? Lionel's mouth opened and closed several times before he finally nodded. Taking another deep breath, he walked toward the only things left to analyze in this place. First, he picked up Nicholas' staff, weighing it in his hands. It was a shame that Nicholas died before truly using this cane's power. It left Lionel in the dark about how it actually worked, but it was more important to defeat him more quickly, so as to avoid any unwanted variables. It was odd. Lionel felt that this cane was different from the Mayan priest's sacrificial dagger somehow. After sensing everything he could at a surface level, Lionel walked to the small desk at the end of the sewage tunnel, his eyes narrowing at the sheets of loose tan-colored paper. These diagrams, are they force arts as well? Aina's gaze narrowed when she heard this, swiftly making her way to his side. It really is. What do these say? Aina looked toward Lionel's side profile. Is it not possible to understand force arts from the diagrams themselves? Lionel asked curiously. Remember the analogy about writing? Aina answered with a question. Lionel's mind spun. You're saying that force art is akin to a third-dimensional existence writing in the 2D? Yes, force arts are rare. Those who can draw force arts are rarer. And those who can create force arts for others to replicate are even rarer than that. I've only seen a few force arts. On top of that, the language that this Nicholas uses is very different from anything I've ever seen. Lionel's eyes flashed as he suddenly thought of something. In what seemed like an act of madness, he brought Nicholas' cane over his knee and powered his leg up hard, snapping it in half. Aina was shocked by his actions, but after seeing what was inside of it, she suddenly understood. The wooden cane was completely hollow. After angling a candle to light its insides, it was possible to see countless small etchings of force arts on the inside. And judging by the fact that aside from inks and pens, Nicholas' desk also had several pen-shaped knives, Lionel and Aina could easily deduce that they were drawn by him. This style, or language, is identical to what's in the Black Book, Lionel said. You can tell? Aina's eyes lit up with a bit of surprise. Can't you also? You just said this language was different from what you were used to. I assumed by that you could tell the difference. Even though Lionel couldn't read Japanese, Chinese or Korean, he could easily tell the difference between their characters. It wasn't just him. It was a pretty easy task for any person who was even somewhat familiar with them. He felt that these diagrams were the same. Even if he couldn't understand them, he could still see through the fact they had the same basic foundation. I can't, Aina replied. Force arts are shrouded in an energy that makes them hard to observe. It's part of what makes them so hard to comprehend and use, and even harder to make. I only know that they're not the same because I can't see through that shroud. If it was a similar language to what I'm used to, it would be easier for me to do so. Lionel's brows arched with understanding. But there was one part he was still confused about. Why was it that he didn't feel a shroud impeding him at all? Once more, Lionel could only toss these things to the back of his mind, unable to provide an answer to Aina's curious gaze. Why do you think that Pierre would have a book like this but Nicholas doesn't? Lionel suddenly said after several hushed moments filled with nothing but the sound of rustling paper. Aina frowned, not knowing what Lionel was getting at. I have a feeling that drawing these force diagrams is Nicholas' ability. But Lionel's gaze flickered with a blazing light. He walked back to Nicholas' corpse, stepping through the leaking blood and tearing open the back of his robes. Lionel stood to his full height as his jaw set. There it was, the massive etching mutilation they were looking for. Except, it was on Nicholas' body. Somebody had given him this ability. Chapter 45. Lionel's expression gained a bit of dignity. They hadn't been here for long, yet so many inexplicable things were unfolding before him. Gritting his teeth, Lionel made a decision. I know how we can get out of here. Aina was just as intelligent as Lionel was. Though her thinking speed fell several steps behind him after he awakened his ability, when given enough time, her conclusions wouldn't be much different from his own. This was why when she heard this, her expression immediately changed. No. No. Absolutely not. We can think of another way. You have no idea what kind of side effects there might be. I won't let you. Lionel smiled bitterly. I wish I knew more about this world, but unfortunately I don't. This is the only solution I can think of, and considering the current abilities of my mind, that's saying a lot. Aina's eyes involuntarily reddened. Lionel walked to Nicholas' desk and picked up one of his pen-shaped knives. He looked at it before a moment, hesitating. He didn't even notice when Aina's small hand crossed his field of vision and clamped down on the palm he held it in. It's too risky. Aina tried to steady the trembling in her voice. We don't understand the diagrams to begin with. Who knows what it will do to you? For all we know, Nicholas didn't even have his own will. Lionel's jaw clenched. Sure enough, Aina had thought of the main danger as well. Lionel was certain that this place was being held together by a large-scale force art. The problem was that neither he nor Aina were experts in the matter. Walking around blindly could land them in an even worse situation than they were already in. Though it might be possible for him to try and deduce the mysteries through Nicholas' countless notes, he had no confidence in doing so in a short time. However, if he drew this etching onto his body, he should theoretically gain the ability Nicholas had, allowing him to comprehend these force arts quickly, with the processing power of his mind. As long as he had this starting point, deducing what he needed to know to get them out of here would be the simple part. This sounded all well and good, but he might have a frightening price to pay for his ignorance. Joan worshipped Nicholas more than she did even the Catholic Church. Yet, they had very clear evidence here that his strength was handed to him by another, who knew what the goals of this person was, and what contingency plans they had left behind. Lionel's heart had been unable to settle itself, knowing that the destination ahead only had one path, yet it was fraught with danger, left him in a steadily darkening state. But somehow, Aina's hand, despite being so much smaller than his own, completely dispelled those thoughts. He suddenly smiled warmly, his back straightening. He lifted Aina's hand from his palm, his gaze flickering when he noticed that the sharp etching tool he had been holding onto had cut into her. Almost somewhat on instinct, he ripped a piece of cloth from his linen shirt and carefully bandaged her hand. Of the two of us, he spoke lightly as he worked. I am the best option to do this. With my ability, I'll be able to make the best use of it. Plus, I won't need to draw it as large as he had to achieve a better result. It'll be fine. Aina's hand trembled beneath Lionel's tender actions. Then, she could only watch blankly as he set her hand down and drew the first slice of flesh across the back of his left hand. Lionel's memory was frightening after awakening his ability. Without a single pause, he drew the complex force art across his skin, the only sign of his pain being his tightly clenched jaw. Force arts could be made stronger with both depth and size. However, the art Lionel drew was barely deeper than a usual paper cut, and was a fraction of the size of Nicholas. But Lionel was confident that his own ability could amplify this art's would-be potency, while also mitigating the risk he put himself in. Even so, blood flowed continuously from Lionel's hand, dripping down and ricocheting off of the stone beneath their feet. The dull echoes rebounded across the walls of the underground sewage system, giving the atmosphere an eerie and damp feel. Lionel's coordination stat was exceptionally high. It took him not more than a few minutes to etch the force art into his skin. He had been expecting a grand showing when he finished, but the reality didn't have much fanfare. There was a faint wisp of light, and a subtle comprehension clicked in Lionel's mind. What was once gibberish became as clear as a text of English to him. So that's how it is. Aina was right. Drawing force art is like an author writing down a story. But that also means that if you want to influence a dimension, you must be applying pressure from a higher dimension. This isn't just good news. It's excellent news. Lionel grasped on a very simple fundamental concept, like it was his last beacon of hope. The bad news was that whoever it was truly had placed some fail-safes in place. failsafes that made Lionel tremble to his core. He didn't know exactly what they were, but his analytical mind could already see through the parts of this force art that contributed nothing to its main ability of passing down this power of understanding. It didn't take a genius to figure out that these parts were where the hidden danger lied. The good news, however, was that this force art was an attempt of the fourth dimension to influence the third. However, Lionel's body was a half step above the third dimension, and was on its way to evolving toward the fourth due to Earth being in its metamorphosis, and him having lit his first force node. As a result, the contingency plans this mysterious person left had barely a portion of their effectiveness left. This also meant that the knowledge Lionel was gaining was also severely hampered, but it was a worthy trade-off, especially considering Lionel's calculative abilities. Lionel snapped out of his thoughts, his head sharply turning toward Aina. Don't scare me like that. She pounded the side of her fist into his chest, a move that would have likely sent him flying in the past. Lionel grinned. Aina, that's the first time you've called me by my name. Aina blinked for a moment then blushed profusely, turning her head away. Lionel's expression turned more serious with Aina distracted. He could feel the subtle workings of energy chains trying to worm their way from his left hand into his body. He had no choice but to send a steady stream of force to crush it time and time again. The drain on him was immense. We need to finish this mission as soon as possible. Only by going back to the present will this force art completely lose its effectiveness. Chapter 46. Bonus chapter for reaching 200 Power Stones. Next at 300. Take advantage of this, because judging by how things are going now, I'll probably have to increase the requirements next week lest my fingers fall off. Lionel pushed these worries to the back of his mind. He refused to allow Aina to worry. She was still in a precarious state, though her symptoms hadn't flared up in a while. Though he wasn't certain what might cause her to sink back into that state, it was best if he kept her calm right now. Even aside from this, there was something else on his mind as well. He wanted to make this force art on his body as useless as possible as quickly as possible, but that didn't mean he didn't want the knowledge within it. If he relied on the force art entirely, then as soon as it lost its ability, the knowledge would go along with it. However, if he went out of his way to make this knowledge less instinctual and rooted into his memory, then regardless of this whether it continued to work or not, the knowledge would become his. Whoever it was who created this force art most definitely had a devastating ability. Lionel couldn't fathom what kind of power someone who could translate numerous abilities into force art wielded. However, no matter how much of a great genius this person was, they had ultimately miscalculated this time. Lionel's ability couldn't be considered a counter to this mysterious person's. But what it was an ability capable of exploiting a weakness. And that was exactly what Lionel intended to do. After taking a deep breath, give me half a day. Half a day is all I'll need to organize all of this information. Aina nodded solemnly. She knew that half a day was already worth 5 days to the world of their quest. By then, Charles would already be crowned and the French would begin marching toward Paris. However, she knew that it was useless to try and rush Lionel. If he couldn't do this, then they wouldn't be getting out of here at all. Without hesitation, Lionel leaned against a stone wall and crossed his legs, his mind entering a deep state that seemed almost like slumber. Compared to the abilities of others, Lionel's really seemed too lacking. He didn't have a flashy amount of strength, nor could he erect energy barriers like James or control things through the air like Yuri. However, only Lionel knew just how truly formidable his ability was, and the next few hours would prove this. Nicholas had spent his entire life integrating the knowledge given to him by that unknown person he worshipped like a god. He had lived over 60 years before the time of his death, and over 50 of those had been spent in diligent study. However, Lionel had confidence to surpass him in just half a day. The first and foremost reason Lionel chose Dimensional Cleanse was because he instinctually felt that it could raise the potency of his ability. He hadn't even known about the so-called star cleansed bodies before. Now though he knew that these star-cleansed bodies unlocked levels of potential your body would never have otherwise. Even without having formed his first star yet, Lionel felt that his ability was far stronger than it had been in the past. And he knew that he could make it stronger. A strong surge of force erupted from Lionel's body, causing Aina's expression to immediately change. She wanted to rush forward and stop Lionel, but it was already too late. She no longer dared to stop him for fear of harming him. "You idiot!" she roared in her mind. A faint wisp of a smile curled Lionel's lips as though he could hear her thoughts. And maybe it was due to that, but the anxiousness in Aina's heart faded. There was truly nothing to worry about. This time, Lionel wasn't putting his life on the line. Even with those force chains trying to wiggle their way through his body and take control of him, Lionel didn't have the faintest drop of worry in his mind. In the last few months he and Aina had been here. The reason they hadn't wasn't due to the fact they hadn't accumulated enough. Lionel could have formed his second force node a very long time ago. In fact, he could have likely formed his fifth or sixth by now had he not been obstructed. The only reason he hadn't was because he didn't want to be found out by Joan. Aina had similar reasons for not forging her seventh node. That said, in this time, Lionel hadn't been idle. Not only had he calculated the perfect locations for up to his eighth force node, but he had simulated their creation hundreds of times in his mind. This was the first true tangible ability Lionel awakened after forming his first force node. When he entered a deep sleep like the one he had just now, he was able to think at a speed even several times that of his wakeful state. In addition, he could perform incredibly realistic experiments as well. Lionel felt that these experiments were only about 70% aligned with reality, as he still hadn't reached a level of being able to simulate everything perfectly, but this 70% was already more than enough, especially when Lionel ran the simulations of the same events countless times over. If there ever reached a day where he could simulate the world perfectly, then just one simulation would be enough. Lionel called this ability Dream World. With it, he could perfectly calculate how to rearrange his cells to make room for a force node in advance, allowing him to complete the real thing with not only exceptionally high success rates, but also at speeds others could only, somewhat ironically, dream of. Aina could only stand in a daze as she watched Lionel swiftly form his second node. It took him no more than half an hour. And in her shock, she almost didn't notice he had begun forming his third node. And it too only took him half an hour. A rush of force surged toward Lionel from all directions. The torrent was so furious that Aina's lovely hair whipped about wildly, almost like the waters of a waterfall crashing to the rivers below. The momentum of the birth of Lionel's first star was far beyond his expectations. In his shock, he realized that the force that was holding up the surroundings was actually being sucked dry. One of the reasons Lionel had dared to do this was because the force in this place was actually somewhat denser than even Earth. But even if it was almost a fraction the size of Earth. Then there was a dull boom. It almost sounded like a bag of sand hitting the ground. And following it, the force in the surroundings all but vanished. Lionel's eyes opened with a bright flash, his body glowing as layers of skin fell from his body. It wasn't just skin that fell, but even his hair did as well, leaving him completely bald. As if this wasn't already enough, but a foul odor came from him as dense brown-black liquids were forced out from him at the same time. However, he didn't have a mind to think about any of this because he met Aina's shocked gaze with a shocked gaze of his own. Then he could only smile bitterly. If he had known he only needed to break through to leave this place, why would he have etched this damnable force art on his hand? To make matters worse, after destroying this pseudo-fourth dimension during his breakthrough, and returning to the third dimension, the ability of the force art to exert its strength multiplied, causing the force chains attempting to latch onto Lionel to grow several times in power. Chapter 47. Just when Lionel was feeling truly regretful at his lack of knowledge, his expression changed when he realized that the odd cage they were in was rapidly converging energy to reform itself. Aina, do you have a big enough pocket to keep all of this stuff? Lionel pointed toward the desk filled with loose sheets of paper. Never mind, we don't have time. Come on. Lionel grabbed Aina's hand and sprinted with all his might, even activating his force without reserve. Aina seemed stunned at that sudden contact. But she was even more stunned by Lionel's speed. Was this really someone who had only formed 3 force nodes? In a flash, the two had crossed the 200-meter distance to the location of the wooden door that had appeared once more. With a single movement, Lionel swung it open, shocked at how impossibly heavy it was. It didn't take him long to understand. This was a door designed to be easy to open from the outside, but extremely difficult without special methods from the inside. It was precisely this door that, when closed, completed the force art that created this space. A roar escaped Lionel's lips, his arm bulging with ghastly veins as he pulled with all his might, ripping the door from the hinges. Only when this happened did he finally relax, his breathing steadying. As expected, the surging feeling he had had before came to a stop. One might argue that he shouldn't have been so panicked since he only needed to break through to shatter this space again. However, even though he knew where he should place every node up to the 8th, he couldn't form them in quick succession without regard. After forming his 3rd node, Lionel faintly felt that his body was like a bulging balloon that was about to burst. If he had used his dream world to simulate what would occur during the formation of his 4th node, it would likely be that he would implode. In addition, he realized another thing. The closer to the 4th dimension he became, the more difficult simulating things became. He could simulate matters related to the 3rd dimension with over 90% accuracy. In his previous state, he could simulate matters related to his body with 70% accuracy. Now though, despite the fact forming his first star had greatly strengthened his ability, he felt that his accuracy was only 73%. However, since the improvement in his ability was far more than just a mere 3%, that meant that simulating the matters of his body had actually increased in difficulty. It seemed that this path of his wouldn't be perfectly linear. There would definitely be some give and some take. He needed a few days to allow his body to acclimate itself to his 3rd node. Only then could he attempt to form the 4th. And though Joan only died a year from now, there were countless events that happened between now and then. Without delving into the gritty details, what's important was that she might very well be marching toward Paris in just a few days. He didn't have the time to slowly improve his strength, and he wouldn't have such a perfect environment to do so like he just had either. To make matters worse, if the formation of his 3rd node took so much force, how much would his others take? No, that wasn't right. It was the formation of his first star that had taken so much energy. Suddenly, Lionel felt a strong tug on his hand. Looking down, he blushed slightly in embarrassment as he let go of Aina's hand. "Sorry," he said apologetically. Aina's little nose wrinkled. "You stink." Lionel smiled bitterly. This was already the 2nd time since he had known Aina that she had said such a thing to him. But it couldn't be helped. What exactly was he supposed to do about this? He hadn't expected that forming a 1-star cleanse body would have such results. In the past few months, he had noticed that Aina was most definitely a clean freak, and he also deduced that the black military outfit she wore that was filled with pockets definitely had a self-cleaning function. Because he hadn't seen her take a bath even once, but she still somehow smelt so good. Of course, if he knew that this clean freak he liked so much had helped him clean up while he was unconscious all those weeks ago, it was unknown how he would react. "What should we do now? I really didn't expect that we would escape so soon," Aina said softly. Hearing her, it was only now that Lionel realized that she wasn't certain that we would have escaped at all. Not only did this make Lionel feel more guilty about putting them in such a situation, but it warmed his heart at the same time. Because despite feeling this way, she still hadn't wanted him to risk etching this damned thing on his hand. Thinking of the force art against, Lionel gazed at his hand to find that it had healed during his breakthrough and formed faint bumps that looked like a brand. "We were lucky," Lionel said after taking a deep breath. "We were only in there for a little over an hour, so barely half a day has passed. Joan will likely be setting out either today or in a few days toward Paris. This is a good opportunity." "You want to get there first and prepare?" Lionel nodded. "Without adequate preparation, we'll definitely suffer major losses. I can't believe this is a zone they designated for 2 people." Lionel continued, feeling aggrieved. "I believe you, this has to be a unique zone. That's the only explanation." Aina's mouth opened for a moment before she muttered in a small voice. Sorry. But she had spoken so softly that Lionel didn't catch her words. Let's rush to Paris. We'll definitely make it there first. We can scout out the situation and wait for Joan to arrive. It will also give me a chance to digest the information in this force art. If it was really so easy to get rid of a force art, Lionel would just endure and shave a layer of skin from his hand. But it obviously wasn't so easy to deal with it, or else Aina wouldn't have been so worried. He could deduce at least that much. Since now he had to use half of his force to keep these chains at bay, he might as well gain some benefits from them, or else they really might have no chance of clearing this zone. However, just as Lionel was firming up his resolve, Aina said something that almost made him fall to the ground. Do you know how to get to Paris from here? Chapter 48. Bonus chapter for 300 Power Stones. Next at 400 maps, especially during the Middle Ages, were incredibly expensive. Even a simple map would be worth hundreds of gold coins. Obviously, despite having been here for a long while, neither Aina nor Lionel had such funds. If they didn't have a map, they would have no choice but to follow Joan's army from a distance. But if they did this, then the advantage they had in movement speed would be nullified and they'd lose their chance to prepare in advance. If this happened, their chances at changing history and capturing Paris would end in failure. Lionel almost slapped his forehead. How could he forget something so important? After frowning for a moment, memories gradually surfaced in his mind. During his studies, since he had chosen French, he had of course seen many historic maps. It was just that the maps in these textbooks were incredibly crude and simple, and would at most point him in a general direction. After a while, Lionel shook his head. This wasn't good enough. A single mistake could throw them hundreds of miles off course. We're going to need to raid the military camp, Lionel suddenly said. Aina nodded seriously. This really was the only choice. There were probably cartographers in such a large base, but did they have the time to find out where they were? And even if they did find them, they would be within the city walls, something that would put them at a great disadvantage. At the very least, the military camp definitely had what they were looking for. In addition, if they were found out, it would be comparatively easier to leave the military camp as opposed to a fortified castle. I couldn't leave my axe behind regardless, Aina said. Lionel grinned. Let's do it then. Big sister, where are Leo and Aina? We'll be setting off tomorrow morning, and our chances at victory will be much better if they're with us. Michael was seemingly the only one in the meeting of commanding officials who didn't have a solemn expression. All of them knew how difficult it would be to retake Paris, so obviously they weren't in the mood to smile. As a result, while the nobles were off drinking and eating, celebrating the new crowned king's ascension to the throne, they were diligently planning. A wisp of a complex emotion flashed in Joan's eyes, but she quickly hid it. They've been taken in by the bishop. Their role is different from ours. Surprised expressions appeared on all those in the room. Though they worshipped the bishop, they had never actually seen him like Joan had. All of their knowledge of him was by proxy of their big sister. So not only were they surprised, but they even felt a bit jealous. That said, it couldn't be helped. They didn't have great abilities like Joan, Lionel, or Aina. They had expected this result long ago, but hearing it now made them feel a bit inferior. Forget these matters, there'll obviously come a day where you're all rewarded for your service. Is there a need to feel sad? The disciples of the apostles never met Jesus, but did they mope around like you few? Keep your heads up. We got it, big sister. Michael pouted like a child. But won't Aina be needing her axe? How could she leave it here? Michael had no other intentions with his questions. He really was just asking innocently. However, there were others among their band that had weird expressions on their faces having heard this. At this moment, Aina's massive axe was leaning on a wooden weapon rack at a corner of the military tent. But this wasn't the most important point. The key here was that Joan had moved it from Lionel's tent to place it here. There wasn't anything inherently wrong with this action. After all, they would be heading out soon and Aina wasn't here. but it just felt like there was something they couldn't put their finger on. Just as Joan was about to try and dispel the awkward atmosphere, a voice suddenly came from the tent's entrance. "Hello, Miss Joan? Can I come in?" Joan blinked in astonishment, because the voice was actually Lionel's. What was going on? Michael laughed happily. Come in, come in. We were just talking about you, you lucky bastard." Lionel's grinning face poked through the flaps to find the few of them having a meeting around a table. Since it was late, the space was illuminated by numerous candles. But despite the fact it was a military tent, it carried a delicate fragrance that made it obvious a woman lived here. "Lionel? Why are you here?" Joan asked as Lionel stepped into the tent. Originally, Lionel had planned to use force to take what he needed, but then he shook his head. When had he become such a brute? The game of American football seemed like a game of all brawn, but had lost count of how many times he had won a game with his mind instead of purely his arm. The national championship was just another example. Lionel made a gamble. He gambled that Joan, even if she knew that the bishop's purpose was to kill him, she most definitely wouldn't want others to know this. Lionel was too well liked in the army for her to act against him openly. Even now, the solemn expressions of those commanders here had gained a wisp of a smile when he entered. In addition, there was also the chance that Joan only had a feeling that the bishop had bad intentions and no solid proof. In that case, she might even sigh a breath of relief that he had come back instead. There were other possibilities as well, but they all ultimately led to the same conclusion. Joan couldn't do anything to him right now. "I came to bid you all farewell." Lionel smiled brightly, casually sweeping a glance at the strategy maps spread across the table. "The Archbishop has given my sister and me a special mission." A few expressions of sadness crossed the faces of those here, causing Joan's expression to change. Since when had Lionel's prestige become so great? However, hearing Lionel address the bishop as Archbishop rested a rock that had been hovering above her heart. Lionel laughed and exchanged a few words with the commanders, embracing the likes of Jean and Michael like they were friends separating from a long while. A long while later, Lionel turned to leave before smacking a palm to his forehead. "I almost forgot. If I left it behind, my sister would kill me. Thank you for keeping it safe, Miss Joan." Under a chorus of laughter, Lionel hurriedly scurried to the back of the room, picked up Anna's massive axe, and left with an embarrassed expression. Chapter 49. Sister, what's going on? Hours later, when the moon was high in the sky and darkness had enveloped the land, Jean was the only one left in Joan's tent. "What do you mean by that, Jean? Don't lie to me, sister. Why did Lionel say that the Archbishop had given him a mission?" When Joan heard Jean emphasize the word Archbishop, her pupils constricted. That was right, Lionel had said Archbishop, but all of the commanders beneath her command referred to him as the bishop. It was an incredibly small detail, but it was a detail someone as intelligent as Jean would never let slip by. Did this Lionel do it on purpose? There were others just as intelligent as Jean under her command. It's just that only Jean was close enough to her that he would confront her like this. Or rather, it could be said that their relationship. Jean's arm wrapped firmly around Joan's slender waist, holding her tightly to his body. "Jean," Joan said somewhat furiously, her glare seeming to hold an indescribable power behind them. "I thought our relationship was better than this," Jean said with narrowed eyes, meeting her fierce gaze. "Do you think him a fool? What death mission did that bastard send Lionel on? Jean, watch your mouth." She was about to scold him fiercely for his act of blaspheming the bishop, but a pair of rough lips had covered her own, completely stifling her attempt. "Joan, you are my woman. I don't know if this person you follow is really God or not, but this is one thing that I most definitely do know." To these words, Joan's reaction was unexpected. Her gaze seemed a bit dim. It was completely unlike a woman who was supposedly in love. It was as though she was resigned to her fate. However, the situation was simply too odd. Joan's standing was clearly higher than Jean's, so obviously it wasn't possible for him to force her into such a relationship. Whether it was backing or individual strength, she left him behind by far. It could only be said that their relationship was almost impossible to understand. Joan, you are a woman too shackled by responsibility and the imaginary. You realize just as I have that there is no God in this world. Or, at the very least, even if there is one, it is most definitely not the God we grew up worshipping. Since things have reached such a level, why do you still allow yourself to be tied down? Seeing that Joan still seemed to have no intention of responding, Jean released her. Though there were flames lighting his loins right now, and he also knew that Joan wouldn't resist if he took her to bed now, he didn't want to touch her when her eyes were so vacant. Do you know the reason I've allowed you to stay by that bishop's side all this time despite my being certain that he was just using you? It's for no other reason than that I wanted you to see it for yourself. Would you have listened to me had I said it earlier? But now you've seen it for yourself. He has no qualms about tricking a kind soul like Lionel. In that case, what do you think he would be willing to do to you? There was finally a change in Joan's expression. A wisp of complexity and sadness pervaded her gaze. However, no matter how she searched, she really couldn't find an answer. God was an important part of her life. This was something ingrained in her from youth. It simply wasn't possible to separate herself from that lofty entity. How much pain had she suffered in her life? She was nothing but a teenage girl, yet she was leading groups of men in battle. How much burden was laid upon her shoulders? No one really knew but herself. But wasn't that what faith was? Wouldn't her pain be repaid in the end? This was nothing more than a test of her resolve. Joan's gaze became firm once more. This will be the last. This is the last test. Then it'll be laid to rest and enter the heavenly gates. The times she had to go against her conscience? That was simply a test of her loyalty. The times others suffered due to the choices she made? That was simply the test of their loyalty. The world was that simple to Joan. The God she had known in her youth, maybe he really didn't exist. But there was a new God before her now, and he was real and tangible. She had seen it with her own eyes, the kind of power he wielded, the kind of power he could bestow. Bishop, I won't let you down. Despite seeing Joan's gaze regain their light, there was no happiness on Jean's face. In fact, the smile he held faded. And seeing this, it was Joan instead who smiled. Jean. Joan's voice was so soft that Jean felt that his knees lost their strength. Under the dull lights of the flickering candle light, she heard the clang of armor drop to the floor and a slender hand slip into his. He had hardly reacted by the time he noticed that he was being led toward Joan's bed. It wasn't long before a softness that made his mind go blank enveloped him. Make me forget for another night. Joan placed her lips to Jean's ear, standing on the very tips of her toes as the last of her clothes fell to the ground. Her hot breath carried a moisture with it that spread an uncontrollable warmth throughout his body. At that moment he seemed to have completely forgotten about his complex emotions and enveloped Joan's soft bottom in his large hands, lifting her up from the ground and piercing through her without reserve. A spine-tingling moan was barely muffled as she bit down on his neck. Like a young girl swaying in the sea, she accepted all Jean had to give, holding on to his neck with her seemingly weak arms. With each powerful stroke, the lust and resolve in her eyes grew. But she had no idea that her God had already died. Chapter 50. The Paris of the 21st century, before it was destroyed during the Empire's war for supremacy, was known for its romance and the Eiffel Tower. However, though it might still be possible for the France of the 1400s to be known for the former, it would still be 400 years until the latter was built. But that didn't mean that Paris didn't have its grand sights, much to Lionel's aggrievement. The grand sight this Paris was known for, unfortunately, was a massive castle that dwarfed both Lionel and even Anna's massive axe in size. It stretched almost as far as the eyes could see, and its fortifications made the knees of its attackers weak. Both Anna and Lionel stood a good distance from it, not wanting to alert the Englishmen of their arrival. Even though they had broken free of the French, let alone the English, even most of the French army was completely unaware of this. So if they got caught now, there would definitely have to be a bloody battle. This is the city we're supposed to capture? What a death mission. Lionel muttered. Anna stood by his side silently as they looked toward the tall grayish-white walls in the distance. Though her expression had hardly changed, there was a trace of seriousness in her eyes. Lionel sighed. We're still lacking in information. What is Joan coming here to do? If her goal really is to capture Paris like history says it was, why is it our goal to kill her? There were too many things the answer to this question hinged on. For example, if Joan's goal was the same as theirs, should they work with her at the start and only kill her later? What if her goal wasn't the same as theirs? Should they kill her as quickly as possible to avoid later variables, and try to capture the city on their own? Could they even do that if it was necessary? The longer Lionel spent in zones, the more he realized just how important information was. If they had wrong or even incomplete information, it could lead them toward doing something irreversible and get them stuck in this place for the rest of their lives. Lionel still shuddered at the thought of what would have happened to him had he killed the priest's sacrificial virgin back in the Mayan temple. He would have never seen his friends or family again. Lionel's gaze flickered. No matter what, my priority if we pass through this will be getting the best zone detector I can. We don't know exactly what her goal is, Aina suddenly said, but it's still possible to make a guess. What are you thinking? Aina bit her lip for a moment before continuing, her gaze still focused on the massive castle in the distance. First, remember that capturing Paris is just the hidden quest. We only need to complete the main quest to get the chance to leave. But Lionel felt like she was leading him somewhere. But there's a reason hidden quests exist. This isn't a game. Everything has a purpose, and not completing everything perfectly has consequences. If it was a weak zone, then the penalty for skipping over a hidden quest wouldn't be severe, but in a potential unique zone like this one, the consequences could be dire. The main reason it's best to complete a hidden quest is due to the fact hidden quests are lingering dangers. When left incomplete, they can bleed into other zones, causing mutations that evolve them and multiply their difficulty. Under normal circumstances, subdimensional zones with higher dimensional grades than the world they're in will not appear. Meaning, since we are only in the process of evolving into the fourth dimension, bronze zones will not appear and only black zones will. However, if a hidden quest is left incomplete, Lionel broke out into a cold sweat. According to Aina's device, this was only an S-grade zone. Even if it turned out to be a unique zone, its true difficulty wouldn't be too far from this. Yet it had already almost killed them twice now. Once when Aina lost her mind, and the other when they met the bishop and were trapped. If a mere S-grade zone was already like this, what would a bronze grade zone be like? The worst part of this was that these things weren't entirely under their control. Even if they perfectly cleared their own zones, what about everyone else? At that moment, Lionel came to a sudden understanding. It's no wonder the Empire wants to gather everyone up. It really can't afford for everyone to work blindly on their own. Or we could really be finished. Aina nodded. Now think back to your first zone. How were the hidden quest and main quest linked? Originally, Lionel smiled bitterly as he remembered how this damned wristwatch almost got him killed. Never mind. The main quest was to repel the Spanish and save the girl. The hidden quest was to kill the priest. Lionel had barely finished when his gaze suddenly brightened. As for Aina, she shuddered when she heard his mission requirements. Lionel had to fight the Spanish? In other words, an army not unlike this one? Alone? She shook her head to regain her bearing. Seems you understand now. The missions never conflict with one another, but what might matter is the timing. For example, your main quest is vague. Which girl? The only way for you to know which girl is to find out that girl is linked to the priest you need to kill. Then that makes things simple. Lionel said. If they can't be contradictory, then Joan's goal is definitely not to save Paris. So I should have just dealt with her earlier? Not necessarily. Like I said, timing is important. Though her goal isn't to capture Paris, she still has a purpose in coming here. And it's likely that even if her goal isn't to capture this city, she will at the very least attack it. That is beneficial to us. Lionel took a deep breath. So that's it. We wait for her to attack while making sure she can't accomplish her true goal. Whatever that true goal might be. After saying this, Lionel's heart steadied. This was most definitely not a simple task, But there wasn't much of a choice left. Aina, help me cut down a few trees. There might have been a large mountain before them to climb, but Lionel had no intention of lying down. Since Joan had chosen to betray him, she was his enemy. Chapter 51. You guys are gonna kill me. Bonus chapter for 400 Power Stones. From next reset onward, it'll be 200 Power Stones per bonus chapter, so that I don't collapse runs away in tears. The English were roaring with fighting spirit. The truth of the matter was that they had suffered successive losses over the last few months. It was to the point where they might be kicked out of France entirely at this rate. However, their morale was still raging. The reason for this was simple. They refused to lose to such an enemy, and they were the true elites of the English army. They had been hearing stories about Joan for almost a year now. The idea that a woman was the one putting their armies in such a sorry state was a great humiliation to them. It was simply going against the will of God. Of course, the English had no idea that the real reason their morale was so high wasn't due to their own will at all. On the castle walls, two men stood side by side. They wore silver armor and the English flag was painted on their shoulder guards. Both swept indifferent gazes at the roaring men on the tall walls and cold sneers toward the approaching French army in the distance, led by a woman with flowing black hair and her knights. How is it, Riamond? Is she as much of a beauty as you thought she'd be? One of the previously expressionless men grinned, sizing up Joan. If others saw how he was acting, they would definitely be shocked. After all, he spoke about Joan as though she was right in front of him, and he could see her every detail. However, she was easily over a kilometer away. If it wasn't for the size of the approaching army and their high vantage point, it would be difficult to make out even her gender, let alone how beautiful she was. You like used goods that much? How do you know she's used goods? The man rebutted. The bishop is our savior, but he isn't a saint. If he really let her go, he might as well castrate himself. The man paused and seemed to think that this made sense. I don't know why I even bothered to argue with you anymore. The man said. You pretend like I was seeking her out to be my wife. How could I marry someone who's destined for a coffin in a few months? I just want to have some fun. Riamond glanced at the man but didn't say anything in response. It was only after Joan had crossed the kilometer mark that he finally spoke again. Nigel. There's something wrong with the path of the winds. The man, or rather Nigel, frowned at these words. The true reason he didn't like arguing with Riamond wasn't because he was no fun, but rather due to his ability. It was an ability that made it hard for him not to be serious all of the time. There might be some variables. Riamond continued. We should be prepared. Nigel's playful demeanor disappeared, and he was once more expressionless. Archers. Nigel's roar cut through the battlefield as he took his longbow from his back and slammed its lion-shaped edge to the stone beneath his feet. Aim. Nigel himself didn't aim his bow. Its almost 3-meter-tall form was held in his left hand, radiating such a faint glow that it was almost impossible to see. The French army was still charging. 1 kilometer. 800 meters. 700 meters. 600 meters. The rumbling of horses made it seem like the skies might collapse at any time. Set up a defensive line. Ready the cannons. Shieldmen forward. Joan's cries resounded over the battlefield. Fire. Nigel's voice followed hers as the French crossed the 500-meter mark. It felt for a moment that night had descended. A vast expanse of black covering the skies like hand enveloped the lands, followed by the sound of the winds being torn apart beneath their might. The French weren't slow. They reacted to Joan's commands, bringing the shieldmen forward to block the rain of arrows. Towers. Joan roared. Tens of wooden towers came forward, hiding the violent power of their cannons behind their windows as they pressed onward. The French crossed the 300-meter mark. Under Joan's commands, they flowed like the water of a rushing river. Nothing was rushed, and everything was organized. If a war historian of Lionel's time were to witness such a scene, they would be shocked beyond belief. It simply wasn't possible for an army even of modern times to move so swiftly, let alone one of the Middle Ages. However, these things were simply beyond the normal realm of logic and reason. One only needs to look toward the faint golden glow of the large French flag in Joan's hands to understand that this was no longer just a battle of mortal men. The gods had intervened. Fire! Nigel roared once more, and a second volley came. More men died horrible deaths. Though the shield men did their jobs as well as they could, how could it be possible for them all to come out unharmed? Maybe the most sickening part was that if one ignored the cries of pain and closed one's eyes, the sound of arrows piercing skin was little different from the sound of an arrow hitting the bark of a tree. However, very soon, the French weren't the only ones suffering, because the cannons Joan had asked to prepare were ready. Fire! The tall wooden towers stopped just within 200 meters of the castle walls. The barrels of deep black cannons aimed forward before a cacophony of booms resounded. Bang! 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 The cries of the English sounded, and the bloody battle that went down in history truly began. In the distance, Lionel looked on with a serious expression. By now he had already been in many battles. However, he had never set eyes on a siege before. Though he was prepared for it to be bloody, he really hadn't expected it to be to this extent. We were right to move so far back. Lionel thought to himself. That man shouting out commands and the one by his side are definitely not normal. They're also most definitely not the same English generals who fought this battle according to history. Lionel took a deep breath and his frown deepened. Just what was going on? Who was scheming against Earth like this? But there was an even more shocking realization that made Lionel's spine tingle with coldness. It was only possible for a single group to enter a zone at one time. Until that group succeeded or failed and died, said zone would not open again. What did this mean? It meant that whoever was toying with the matters of the past now had been doing so for at least 1,000 years already. How could they even begin to fight against such a thing? Chapter 52. The blood and carnage was nauseating. The bodies of brave knights were minced into pieces beneath rains of arrows and the ballistic balls of destructive cannons. Their mad roars filled the skies as they charged toward their deaths. They seemed to be filled with courage and a sacrificial will. It was the kind of thing that brought a man and his family honor in any era. But Lionel just found the scene to be sad to look upon. What were they fighting for? Their country, of course. Maybe on a deeper layer, it was for their God. But was it worth it? Lionel wasn't the kind of person who looked down on others for their faith. He was questioning more so if their God even wanted this. Lionel shook his head. It isn't that they believe their God wants this. It's that they're being manipulated into believing so by those they trust the most. Before this, Lionel still had a hard time blaming Joan. Even though her actions almost led to his death, he had always been a forgiving person. Since he was still standing here, there was no harm, right? In that case, there was still a chance at mending their friendship. Many would call this sort of mentality foolish. And if they did, Lionel wouldn't argue with them. He too found it to be foolish. But this was just his nature. However, after seeing this scene, the last wisp of understanding he had for Joan vanished. Whatever reasons, she had no longer mattered to him. She knew how devastating her actions would be, yet she carried them out anyway. How many innocent people would die today? A few thousand? More than that. Lionel had always heard that the wars of the past were child's play compared to wars during and following World War I. But even if these death counts couldn't compare to the millions who lost their lives during those Pyrrhic monstrosities, reading numbers from a textbook and witnessing it for yourself were two completely different experiences. It was unforgivable. I can't keep letting them die like this while I do nothing but stand here and watch. Aina. Lionel looked over with an apologetic smile at the dainty fairy that stood by his side. She was much different from the Aina that had always been in his heart. She wasn't wearing her usual long flowing dress, the kind that clung to her curves with the slightest gust of wind. Instead, she wore a black military uniform densely packed with pockets. Her hair wasn't as perfectly groomed, gently waving like the descent of a calm waterfall. Instead, it was quite tangled. Some of it even stuck to her delicate face with the help of her beads of sweat. Even her usual elegant demeanor was nowhere to be seen. The massive, murderous axe on her back was too good at crushing such thoughts. However, Leonel found that he liked her even more now than he had in the past. Maybe it couldn't even be simply explained as like anymore, even if he wasn't sure how to express it. All he could say was that the way Aina looked simply didn't matter to him anymore. I've already said it, Aina said calmly without looking in his direction. Don't change. Her words seemed to have nothing to do with the situation. Even Leonel was confused by what she was saying. When had she? Leonel's gaze flashed with a bit of realization, and he looked away from Aina's side profile, and looked back toward the violent battle. Aina. Hearing Leonel's voice, Aina trembled slightly. She knew well that Leonel had an exceptionally kind side to him, but there was another side that was full of resolve. It was that side of him that stood in battle against thousands of Englishmen, and refused to let her go. It was that side this voice was from. I don't know enough about the relationship between you and your family, but I do know that you've been avoiding me due to it. However, Leonel grinned wildly. You just said it yourself. You asked me not to change. So you tell me, do you think I would let the woman I like face such a thing on her own? Or is it that my Aina wants to take back her words? Aina was stunned stiff. Leonel had confessed to her 521 times. She didn't need anyone to keep count for her. She knew the number herself. She should have gotten used to it by now. However, it had been over a year now since the last time she had heard him say such things. She had almost forgotten how it felt. A moment later, her face flushed a blazing shade of red. It seemed like she would leak a fountain of blood if she was poked just once. Usually she would run away, but where would she run now? She couldn't leave Leonel behind in such a dangerous situation. After a while, she was so stifled that she stomped her foot against the ground, causing it to tremble and crack. Leonel's lip twitched. He had almost forgotten that this petite fairy before him was such a monster. Taking a deep breath, Leonel looked back toward the battlefield, and those fluttering emotions in his heart faded. He knew how foolish his next actions would be. Originally, he should have waited for maybe even a few days of battle to pass by. Only then would both sides be damaged enough for his plan to work perfectly. But he just couldn't stand by and watch these valiant men die while he knew they were just puppets on the strings of another. If he really did allow them to suffer for his own designs, how would he be any different from Joan? Let's go. Leonel shot forward, Aina, who had regained her composure, following closely behind him. In an instant, they had arrived on the battlefield, and were immediately noticed by Joan and the two men on the castle walls, causing all three of their expressions to change violently. In what seemed like a flash, Leonel and Aina crossed the defensive line of the tall wooden towers, entering a no-man's land filled with French corpses. For France! Leonel roared as countless arrows rained down toward him. His left arm flicked upward, causing his small shield to explode in size. Before it, the rain of arrows was no different from harmless water droplets. Both he and Aina were completely unharmed. In the blink of an eye, two unknowns had made it to the city walls. Aina nodded and pulled her massive axe her back, while taking a rope from one of her pockets with her free hand. Leonel leapt into the air. He didn't need to look back to feel the violent winds of Aina's axe slamming toward him. But she obviously wasn't attacking him. The flat of her blade boomed against the soles of his feet, as she tossed the rope in her opposite hand into the air. Under the shocked gazes of the two armies, Leonel made it to the top of the castle and swung his massive shield, sending tens of Englishmen flying. He looked back, finding the rope Aina had thrown up snaking through the skies and grabbing it without hesitation. He grasped it with both hands and pulled up with all his might, sending her to the top of the wall with one swift motion. Leonel retracted his shield and pulled his spear from his back and brandished it against his body with one arm. He felt Aina's delicate back press against his own as she brandished her own weapon. Like this, the two faced swaths of enemies on both sides. Yet, Leonel's handsome face carried a wild grin while Aina's beautiful lips curled into a slight smile. A rare moment of silence descended onto the battlefield before the roaring cheers of the French resounded. Chapter 53. Despite the cheers of the French, Joan's golden helm hid an unsightly expression. If she wasn't certain before that Lionel's goal differed from her own, she was now. In truth, even if he did this, it shouldn't have been so obvious so quickly. However, Lionel only had himself to blame once more. The reason Joan was able to realize there was something wrong with his actions was because of those words he spoke to her in English that day. Nigel and Riamon simultaneously turned their gazes toward Joan as though trying to gain an explanation. But what they found in return was her warped expression, making the answer to their question quite obvious. These two weren't one of them. On the castle walls, Lionel and Aina stood back to back, facing enemies on all sides. From front to back, the walls averaged almost 10 meters in thickness, so the number of knights and archers here was definitely not just a few. In addition, since there was so much space, the pair didn't gain any advantage due to the landscape. However, Lionel and Aina both took a strong step forward. Though it wasn't enough to shake the massive castle walls, the loud boom was enough for the warriors around them to look on in shock. Before they could react, tens more fell from the high walls. This was only the first day of the siege. Or rather, it really should have been the first of many days. As a result, most of the warriors on the castle walls were archers. Though there were some knights, they weren't high in number. With this, it became very obvious very quickly just how disadvantaged they were. Aina and Lionel swept through them as though adults playing with children. The fear-filled Englishmen were so shocked by the sudden shift in the battle that they didn't even realize that though many of them were being heavily injured, the majority of them hadn't even died. What's there? Nigel was confused. What exactly were they trying to do? However, it was at that moment his expression changed. The gates! Stop them! He pulled up his longbow and was about to use it, but then his expression became unsightly. There was only a distance, maybe 20 meters, between him and Lionel. A distance that practically meant death to anyone who offended an archer like him. The problem was that there were clusters of Englishmen in his way. There was no clear path for his shot. Lionel might have been a kind-hearted soul who often did foolish things for the sake of his moral code. However, he wasn't a fool. He had guessed that Joan and these two men with abilities were working together. And he guessed that if he and Aina just suddenly appeared, they wouldn't have time to communicate between themselves to understand what was going on. As a result, they wouldn't be able to stop them from getting to the top of the walls. And if they couldn't do that, then the path to the gates would be too easy to reach. Lionel jumped up and onto the edge of the wall, sprinting along it at a speed that surpassed the human body. There was no shortage of those who tried to push him off or knock him off balance, but his coordination stat had reached a level far beyond anything these soldiers could imagine. Charge toward the gates! Lionel roared. His voice blanketed the battlefield, suppressing the cheering of the Frenchmen who immediately regained their senses. That was right, they were still in the middle of a war. Lionel and Aina had caused the archers to become completely disorganized on an entire segment of the wall. Even if there were more parts left unscathed, it was still a huge pressure off of them. Especially since the part of the wall now unable to send attacks toward them was exactly the part that protected the drawbridge gates. For a moment, it seemed as though Lionel had become their commander, and many forgot that they still had to wait for Joan's order. Maybe it was the confidence in Lionel's tone, or the fact he was very much used to leading groups of men. Or maybe it was that they all had taken a liking to him in the past few months. But they completely disregarded everything and charged forward like madmen. Seeing this, Joan's visage darkened even further. This was completely out of her control. What could she do? Tell them to come back? What kind of blow would that strike them? All this time, she had never forgotten that she was a woman. In modern times, this wouldn't matter too much. But in this era, it already took her several years of godlike feats to gain the acknowledgement of these men. She was very much aware that even a single mistake could cause everything she had worked for to come crumbling down. Lionel's lip curled as he leaped onto a defensive tower, dodging the sword of a defending knight and kicking him away. He shot forward and down a set of winding stairs. Castles were designed with defense in mind. Even something as simple as stairs kept this in mind. They made it difficult to use your dominant hand to wield your weapon, and even had irregularly shaped steps that promoted losing your foothold. But before Lionel's coordination stat, None of it seemed to matter at all. It wasn't long before he made it to the gear room, finding the large chains that held up the drawbridge dangling before him. Unfortunately, he also found something else. Riamon stood before Lionel with a curious expression, blocking the way to the chains. By his side, there were a group of 10 silver-armored knights, looking toward Lionel with dull expressions. 3 of them wielded longbows, 4 were spearmen and 3 were swordsmen. I thought that something out of expectation would happen today, but I didn't expect it to be this. Who are you two? Where are you from? Have you not considered the reaction of the bishop? To Lionel's back, Aina blocked the constant flow of knights and warriors. Considering how narrow the passageway was, it didn't put any pressure on her at all, but her eyes still narrowed at Riamon's words. Lionel surprisingly didn't waste any words, completely out of Riamon's expectations. With one swift motion, he tossed his spear into the air, allowing it to spin. His freed hand pulled out his otlotl and a dart, hooking it as he took a strong step forward. Lionel's force surged, his eyes turning to a bright green glow that caused Riamon's eyes to widen. You. Riamon's words had barely formed when a violent surge of wind sent his helmet flying. He could only barely see the streak of silver as it cut through the air, its destination the very chains Riamon had thought to protect. Like a knife through butter, Lionel's dart sliced through the thick chains. How could the forging of the 1400s match up to a spear created by higher dimensional beings? The sounds of rattling and accelerating chains resounded as the roars of the French continuously became louder. Lionel holstered his otlotl and caught his spinning spear before it fell, pointing it toward the group. Come. Chapter 54. Lionel hit his trembling left arm to his side, holding it against his body firmly to make its odd movement less obvious. After he forcefully stimulated his force, the force chains that had been snaking from the force art on his hand took the opportunity to counter. In the end, Lionel had to forcefully suppress it, but the result was a drain that was even a level higher than it had been in the past. Aina didn't know it, but Lionel hadn't even been able to sleep in the last several days. If he stopped suppressing it for even a moment, he would suffer. Luckily, he could enter a meditative state that allowed his mind to rest while remaining alert, or else he might not even be able to continue standing now. This was the true reason Lionel so confidently pointed his spear toward Riamond and the others. He wasn't some sort of battle maniac, those words were definitely out of character for him. But he had no choice, he had to do his best to hide his current weakness. And it seemed like it worked. The pressure that Lionel emitted coupled with the roars of the charging French made the Englishmen to Riamond's back feel that they might really be finished. To one side there was Aina who killed knights descending the narrow winding stairs with a single swing of her axe. Before them there was Lionel whose hair whipped about in a wild manner as his momentum grew. And to their backs, thousands of the French were crossing the no-man's land they had created toward the castle they were defending. Even for Riamond, he really couldn't think of a way out of this. The plan wasn't even a tenth of the way to completion. His calm expression flickered several times, running through a marathon of emotions. In the end, his visage twisted, landing on anger. Who were these two? They had planned for so long and so diligently, giving away years of their lives toward this goal. Yet it was going to be finished just like this? How could he be willing? After a deep breath, he calmed down. Barely a few seconds had passed since Lionel caused the drawbridge to fall. It wasn't over yet. There was still time to turn this around. No, maybe this was an even better outcome for the original plan. At that moment, etchings on the ground Lionel hadn't taken notice of flashed, and the group of 11 vanished. Lionel's gaze landed on the etchings for only a moment before coming to an understanding. Force art. A teleportation force art. It was no wonder they managed to just appear here before Lionel finished descending the stairs. Is the man with the force art ability among them? Lionel thought to himself. Lionel suddenly felt a hand clamp down on his trembling left arm. He looked down to find Aina looking toward him with a mixture of worry and anger on her face. What are you hiding from me? Lionel opened his mouth to respond, but he really didn't know what to say. He had only wanted to deal with the chains as quickly as possible. The longer he took, the more Frenchmen would die. But he hadn't expected the backlash to be so bad. Luckily, he didn't have to face Anna's questioning glares any longer because the first group of Frenchmen begun crossing the moat. Lionel took that opportunity to look toward inner gates. Taking a deep breath, he could only look toward Anna with a pleading expression as though asking her not to say any more. Anna flicked Lionel's arm down in anger and glared at him as though trying to boil him alive with nothing but her eyes. Then she turned in a huff of rage, her axe lighting up with a violent red glow. She unleashed all her emotions onto the gate, slicing it cleanly in half and kicking its lower portion with a wind-screeching stomp. The doors were sent flying, taking with them the lineup of archers that had been waiting on the other side to start another bloody slaughter. Lionel's lip twitched. He really had to remember to stop making this woman angry. Suddenly his expression changed. Lionel stomped his foot on the ground hard, barreling forward with all his might and appearing to Anna's side. He grabbed her waist, lifting his trembling left arm to block with his quickly expanding shield. The two of them were blasted backward, sliding along the ground on their feet, almost to the point of crashing into the French vanguard. The force chains had taken advantage of the moment to snake further up Lionel's arm, almost causing him to lose control of it. Had that happened, he didn't even want to think of the consequences. Lionel turned a narrowed gaze toward Nigel, who was slowly lowering his bow from the other side of the inner gates, and then a solemn one toward his now severely dented shield. All this time, no one had been able to land even a single scratch on it. But now it was deformed to the point its shape almost broke his arm. A little bit more, and it really could have. That arrow really was too swift and too powerful. Had it not been for his ability improving and causing his senses to reach an unprecedented level, he might have been too late. At that moment, Lionel felt a bundle of raging force to his side. He looked in shock toward Anna, who seemed on the verge of exploding from anger. Anna was stunned out of her berserk state. The combination of Lionel's troubles and the near-death experience almost made her lose her mind again. But luckily, Lionel caught her at the start this time. Lionel looked back toward Nigel, a deep frown setting into his brow. The situation had changed once more. Riamond and his 10 knights had appeared, followed by a female wearing a golden mask appeared with her own knights. Each of the female's knights wore helms that revealed nothing but the slits of their eyes. Englishmen continuously poured in from all sides, forming a defensive line to block entry to the inner gates. It wasn't long before their numbers totaled in the hundreds. Lionel's gaze, however, didn't leave the golden-masked woman. Though the pole she held in her hand no longer had a flag on it, Lionel wasn't a fool. This woman was obviously Joan. The charging Frenchmen, as though by a previous tacit agreement, slowly organized themselves to Lionel and Anna's backs. Lionel reined in the trembling of his left arm. He finally felt he could use his force again without becoming a puppet to this mysterious person. Since Joan was standing firmly on the enemy's side, there really was nothing more to say. Lionel didn't want to spare any words on such a person. He only wanted to ask just what was the purpose of all of this. It didn't seem to make any coherent sense at all. What was the point of this battle? Why fight on the side of the French at all if her goal was to lose? And at this point, why did she even care to continue to hide her identity? Lionel closed his eyes and shook his head, releasing Anna. None of it mattered anymore. Today would be the end of Joan's legend. Anna flicked her palm upward, causing a perfectly square plank of wood to appear. She used the same force technique that helped her levitate her massive axe to allow it to hover in the air. Lionel's gaze flashed with seriousness as his spear snaked forward. In the blink of an eye, an intricate rune with soft edges reminiscent to low ocean tides appeared on the wood. With a final strike of Lionel's spear, the plank of wood shot forward through the sliced inner gates. At first, it seemed like nothing would happen. It was just an ordinary piece of wood flying through the air. However, it was then the temperature began to rise. A moment later, the plank of wood burst into a fire that raced through the lines of the rune. And in the next instant of time, it collapsed before violently expanding into a fireball just over a meter in diameter. Nigel, Riamond, and Joan's eyes widened in horror. Chapter 55. Bonus chapter for 200 Power Stones. Next at 400, smiley face. The three of them were shocked and horrified, but Lionel and Aina had already acted once again. In as little as 3 breaths of time, 3 more planks of wood were flying toward them, scorching the air. Finally, Joan reacted. With a wave of her pole, her knights stepped forward and stomped their feet as one. Golden strings sprung from her flagless polearm, attaching to the heads of each of the knights and causing their auras to skyrocket. A moment later, a thin and pale gold dome-like shield appeared in the path of the first fireball. Bang! The barrier shook and cracked, on the verge of collapse. Nigel quickly reacted, pulling his bowstring and releasing 3 arrows that seemed to magically manifest in rapid succession. The embers of the first fireball flashed and sprinkled down from the air, soon becoming a curtain. The 3 energy arrows pierced through to collide with the next 3 balls of fire. Let's go! Lionel broke out into a run before the 6 attacks even collided. 80% chance he uses the collision as cover for another energy attack. Shield. Lionel's ears twitched, barely catching Riamon's words beneath the next cacophony of booms. The latter was practically whispering. If it wasn't for Lionel's sharp sense, he would have really missed it. Precognition? Prediction? Psychic? Lionel frowned. However, his steps didn't stop. Judging by the situation, this person seemed to think that Lionel wouldn't be able to hear him. Another thing was that he didn't have a method of communicating without speaking. As long as Lionel could continue applying pressure on him, even if he could guess his most likely course of action, he would only be able to take the optimal actions for himself. In that case, the impact of his ability would be severely limited. Lionel's force surged, pressing down on his left arm with the pressure of a mountain. It would be difficult to win this battle without his force. However, Lionel Morales, strength, 0, 99 speed, 0, 99 plus 0, 1, agility, 0, 99 plus 0, 1 partially nullified. Coordination 115 stamina, 0, 99 to 1. 20 plus 0, 05 nullified. Reactions, 115, spirit, 100 force 040. Lionel felt that this was enough. Aina cut past Lionel, swinging her massive shimmering axe down, and causing a beam of force to split the explosion in half. Lionel took the opportunity of the pause in her steps to flash by her once more, jumping through the opening she created. Seeing this, Riamon smiled, believing he had successfully predicted Lionel's attack pattern. However, he soon realized that he had miscalculated. Seemingly having expected the new barrier in his wake, Lionel took appropriate action. The movement of Joan's knights are based on her ability. However, as expected, the movements of Riamon's are more autonomous. They exist for the sole purpose of protecting him, and any combination abilities they have should rely on force arts. Aina was already following closely behind. Hearing Lionel's voice, she flung forward another plank of wood. Force arts can create, but they can also destroy. If he could use his force, this barrier would be nothing to him, especially since it had already blocked a percentage of Aina's energy scythe. However, he wasn't certain that his bodily strength alone could pull it off. Luckily, it didn't have to. Lionel's eyes rapidly shifted from side to side, taking in everything about the barrier he was still leaping toward. His ability churned at full tilt, calculating madly without end. In the next instant, a familiar square plank of wood appeared before him, and his spear snaked forward once again without hesitation. Undo. There were many disciplines under the force art umbrella. In fact, it was even a bit foolish to consider them a single whole. Among these disciplines, there were a few greatly respected. Those that followed this discipline were known as decryptionists. They had the ability to deconstruct any force art and see through their flaws. Those of this profession were invaluable in high-level zones, and when exploring the graves of high-grade dimensional masters. Of course, Lionel wasn't such a person. It was just that he happened to realize that force art was simply a method of making force flow in a certain manner. Specific frequencies and conditions allow the manifestation of different phenomena. But in that case, couldn't those frequencies be countered? It was a simple thought that Lionel had tested in the last few days. Even he wasn't aware of just how unfathomable the path he had stepped onto was. Nor was Riamond aware that he would be the first to suffer under his discovery. In a muffled bang, the defensive barrier formed by Riamond's knights collapsed like a house of cards, allowing Lionel and Aina to charge through. Before the first knight could react, Lionel's spear shot forward with an unbelievable speed and pierced his throat. He pulled it back and passed by before the first spurt of blood even made itself known. Nigel cocked back another arrow, but before it made it to Lionel, Aina had already stepped forward. With a swing of her axe, the arrow shattered like glass. Without missing a beat, Lionel's spear became like a blur, causing another 3 knights to fall mercilessly. No matter how much armor they wore, he was able to find the tiniest crevices and the smallest openings to exploit, reaping their lives with a single strike every time. Joan couldn't sit idly by. With another wave of her polearm, her knights moved forward once more. Lionel had thought that they would be just as easy to deal with as Riamond's knights. However, he soon found that even after several probes, both his and Aina were still trapped in their encirclement. Every time Lionel thought he saw an opportunity to strike one of them down, another would strike toward him at an angle he had no choice but to retreat from. After this happened several times, Lionel's expression grew solemn. They share their senses. Lionel's brow furrowed. He hadn't expected their momentum to be stifled so suddenly. The only way to break through in a short time is absolute power. Lionel's gaze narrowed and he shot forward. Others might think that the only method of displaying absolute power was strength. But Lionel knew of another. Speed. 90% chance he tries to brute force his way through. Riamond's voice once again traveled to Lionel's ear. His words were incredibly soft and he believed that only Joan could hear him, but the reality wasn't so. Joan waved her polearm once again, causing her knights to bunch together in preparation for a strong attack. Unfortunately, though Riamond's prediction was correct, he failed to describe the method Lionel would use. Lionel firmly planted a leg, suddenly changing directions, and shooting through a gap between a knight and the inner gate. Joan's actions had only made them all the more susceptible to his maneuver. Call of the wind. The instant Lionel flashed through, a faint glow coated the tip of his spear. Riamond's last thought was one filled with shock. He, who could do the work of God and prophesy the future, died just like this? A bloody hole seeped with blood from his forehead, even as a sweep of Aina's axe sent Joan's knights tumbling back several steps. Lionel clenched his jaw, the veins on his left hand bulging like swarming green snakes beneath his dented shield. He had gotten rid of the most dangerous of the 3 of them, but he had paid a severe price. He couldn't move his left arm. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.